find the way. Wise men lose track of the single path. No one knows tomorrow.
We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Right. Fucking thing sucks.
What is up, YouTube? It has been a while, and it's been a hell of a day, but I figured I wanted to do a quick update stream because of the time frame I've been gone. And I've been busy and also a little unmotivated, admittedly. So yeah, you know, it happens. We all experience burnout, and that's just what was going on for me. So, what do we want to talk about today? Well, today I want to talk about future plans, because I have been sort of doing some stuff. There's stuff saved in my hard drive. I just haven't put it all together yet and done the voiceover and stuff like that. Yeah, and right now we don't have anybody watching. Doesn't really matter. This is an update. Whatever. I'll talk as long as I need to, and I'll go. And then I'll probably pass out, because I've had an interesting day of hiking. It was great. No complaints here. Talked to my father for a little bit. And yeah, maybe we'll talk about that too. Maybe we'll talk about Father's Day. Since technically my time, it's still Father's Day for another 15 minutes. So yeah, on that subject, actually, there was something I wanted to talk about that doesn't deserve its own video. But some of you guys may know who Torsia is. You may or may not. Don't worry about it. It's a chick that's been hanging around the red pill for a while now. And she was bringing up something in one of Rolo's streams. Apparently there are guys who were talking about, if you don't have kids, if you aren't a parent, then you shouldn't talk about parenting at all. Lowered expectations. Hello. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, but they're saying, if you don't have kids, you shouldn't talk about parenting whatsoever. I disagree, although I do understand where they're coming from to a point, right? So, like, I don't have children myself right now, and so I'm not going to, try to walk up and try to give someone a block of instructions about, how to change a diaper or some shit like that. But I will say that I am somebody's son, right? I have parents. I was raised, and I have memories of, things that happened while I was being raised, right? So, yeah, I may have opinions on how to raise a child because, my parents, weren't perfect. They weren't terrible, but they weren't perfect, right? And there are things that I can say, I wish they would have done this. I wish they would have done that. They could have done this better, right? Yeah, Lowered Expectations says everyone can give input on any topic. Nothing wrong with that. And yeah, that's true. But I mean, I like to know what I'm talking about. So, you know, I'm going to tell some sort of like, you know, engineer how to do their job because I don't, you know, I have basic knowledge on a lot of things and somewhat more advanced knowledge on other things, but I like to know what I'm talking about before I open my fucking mouth. That's just my personal preference. But yeah, I mean, this is one thing I disagree with. Again, it's very specific though. Like I said, I'm not going to tell them certain things, but I can have an opinion, and that's just how I feel about that one. All right, on to some of the updates that we got going on here. All right, so I know some of you guys are wondering. I have some fans of my Guilty Grift series, and believe me, I've had ideas, and if I didn't have like this idea pop into my head, I'll be honest, Guilty Grift X2 will be done now. Like, it'd be over with. However, I was made aware of a piece of software, and I have big plans for this piece of software. And I just honestly, because the Guilty Grift X2 thing, we're exposing a couple of grifters for the hopefully final time, and then walking away from it. I want to go out with, you know, I want it to be fucking awesome. I want it to be perfect. If I was just going to do it the usual way, like I said, we'd be done now. That would be the end of it. But I want this to be badass. And you guys know when I really apply myself, it's just pretty cool. I mean, not to toot my own horn, but there are some videos I've done that I've been like, man, I really like that. And I picture them, like when I work on a video or work towards a video, I picture how I want it to be in my head. And when they just exemplify exactly what I had envisioned in my mind, I'm really happy with it. I try not to be a perfectionist because I can be like that. I can be like, man, it's just not good enough. I need to fix this and fix that. And it's little nitpicky things. Lowered Expectations. Nice scenery. Yeah, it was. This is, yes, thank you. Thank you. I would like to do more gun-related content, actually, now that you mentioned that. That is what is another thing that's coming down the pipe, but we'll get to that one thing at a time. One thing at a time. But yeah, so Guilty Grift X2 is going to be, if I can learn this piece of software and transfer like what's in my mind to the computer and make a video or 2 videos. It's going to be 2 videos. I'm just going to spoil that for you. It's going to be 2 videos. It's going to be fucking awesome. That's all I can say. I don't want to give away too much. Like, my problem sometimes is I'm tempted to give away spoilers. And just because I'm so hyped, you know, for things that I want to give away spoilers, but that's actually not, I don't think that's good. I think it's good to kind of let people marinate, let people kind of wonder what is he going to come up with next. Because I know there's one motherfucker who hate watches me who's like, man, the fuck is he going to expose about me next? Like, he's done almost everything possible. Well, there's probably more, honestly. I just don't want to dig under every rock to expose you. I mean, you're pretty well bitch slapped, to be quite honest. If people actually paid attention and cared about things, you would really be done. But that's neither here nor there. All right, so Lowered Expectations was talking about gun content. Well, I will tell you, I will spoil this because it's not really a secret, but I want to do a FUD lore video. I want to do the problem with FUD lore, though, if you've watched my first one, most FUD lore revolves around the M1911, which I think is overall a good pistol, but you know, the legends around how good it is, yeah, you know, it's, I'll take my CZs any day of the week, thank you, you know, and I like Glock, you know, most people do, and it's kind of, you know, everybody will say, I'm a Glock man. Well, I like them. I owned a Glock 19, but for me, it just didn't work, you know, like, I guess the grip angle and stuff like that, it just wasn't for me, even though I can say, quite honestly, the Glock 19 was a great gun to own, and I sold it to someone who put it to good use. So, and D-Man, what's up, buddy? Good to see you here, dude. You're always in the streams, man. Always good to see you. So yeah, so I want to do FUD lore, but one I'm really hyped to do that I've been just like thinking about in my head for a long time is the AR-15 versus the AK-47. Now I know you can probably find this very video on all kinds of other channels, but this is gonna be from me, motherfuckers. I just need to figure out how to do this, do the AK versus AR video. Some things, some logistical things, because I don't want my neighbors to be like, what the fuck is this guy doing? So I have to, you know, find a location to sort of do some pictures and videos, and I kind of want to shoot too. I have been fiending to go to the range, and ammo's, of course, just like gasoline. It's way up there. Fucking ammo's ridiculous. And but I did buy some ammo before it shot up, so I have a little bit of spare ammo to play with, and I think I want to do some shooting, but that takes some planning. Me and my boss are supposed to go shooting at some point. We got targets and everything we're gonna put together and go get some target practice. But I don't know that I want, you know, my boss to obviously be involved in my YouTube stuff, so I don't think that's a good idea, obviously, for obvious reasons. But yeah, so that's another thing. And of course, I'm really looking forward to doing Berserk philosophy videos. If you I think I did one talking about dreams, which is important, and I really want to, I have actually some footage on my fucking hard drive. It's one of those things where I've done a lot of the work. It's just like putting things together, putting things into words in a way that makes sense for the viewer, even though I know what I want to say. I hope that makes sense to you guys. But that's another thing. And my God, I'm super happy. Speaking of Berserk, it seems that the author of Berserk, everyone, if you've watched my videos, he passed. It's been a while. I think almost a year. Was it? Maybe a year. I'm trying to think. Maybe you know. It doesn't matter. Well, it does, but it doesn't. If that makes sense. Right. So his best friend, who is also I don't know if you know what a mangaka is, but he writes manga just like his friend did, is going to basically supervise the assistants. So those of you who don't know, Kentaro Miura, the writer of Berserk, had a bunch of assistants because the art was so good that he needed help to get stuff done on time. So yeah, so he had the assistants, and they have a really good understanding of his art. And so they're going to continue the story. So it will actually get an end. So I'm super excited. And, you know, some people are like, well, I don't know if it's going to be as good because the original author isn't writing it. But honestly, I have very optimistic outlook on how Berserk's going to end. And it will be awesome. Maybe not as good as if Mr. Miura was still alive, but I'm very excited and happy. That's really positive news that we got. I think within the last week or two that we all found this out. Classic debate. I like both, says D-Man. Yeah, I do too. That's why I own both. But one is definitely better than the other, and there is strong evidence for it. I don't want to, again, spoil the video. You may not expect the outcome. I'll just say that. Lowered Expectations says, I'm pretty sure my boss is a feminist. Well, most women are. Unfortunate. Father's Day's another 2 minutes, and I just want to say, I mean, most women are feminists. Most women have a poor opinion of men. There are women who definitely appreciate men, and obviously, just like women, there are good ones and bad ones, right? You know, that's a part of life. There are good people, there are bad people, there are shades of gray. That's another thing we forget. There are those shades of gray. So, myself included, sometimes I end up in the shades of gray, but I mostly try to stay in the good, in the light side. For my work, sometimes I do stuff that is more towards the shade of gray area. I try to avoid it, but that's the way it works sometimes. I had a Smith military M&P. Now I love my Stag. Oh, yeah, I've heard good things about Stag, and obviously you can't go wrong with the Smith & Wesson M&P. Actually, I own one. I own the, but it's an AR, not a handgun. But yes, I own the M&P 15 Sport, which is Sport 1. I have to be specific. The Sport 1, which is an excellent AR-15. I hear there are 50 Shades of Gray. Yeah, I mean, that's what one person says. And it's one of the best-selling books in the world. I have to be careful what I say because people get upset about certain things. When it comes to that sort of thing. You're getting into the kink stuff. So yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I'm really gonna have to do some research on Fudlore. I've done shows in the past. Oh no need for apologies. Lowered Expectations. It's all gravy. I'm just kind of tired. I ain't gonna lie. I did a lot of walking today. You know, hiking up mountains and stuff takes it out of you. And I'm no spring chicken anymore. No, that's what's funny. This is like one of these guys got on one of my videos and commented. He said, "You sound like you're fat." Bruh. Have you seen any of my videos where I actually show my face, or are you just, talking shit? I'm not like in the best shape of my life anymore. Like, my early 20s, but I'm not too bad. There are people who are in worse shape than me for sure. Like, see, there's this guy that's like 3 inches shorter than me and twice my weight. Well, I like to expose a lot. So I don't know how you can be 5'6" and over 300 pounds, but some people are like that. It be like that sometimes, Thank you. You don't sound fat at all. Well, I'm not gonna say I don't have a little extra weight, but I'm not in too bad a shape. You know, that's what happens when you get old and it gets a little tougher. I know some people are like, that's an excuse. Then you're talking about, you're getting into the guys that are like talking about, this is going to sound stupid to people who aren't in the know, but there are people on Twitter right now who are screaming about, you know, semen retention. And yes, you heard me say it. Like, they're literally talking about semen retention and fucking Brazilian power crystals and, you know, only drinking black coffee and taking cold showers. And it's like, fuck you. You're like, this is the only way to be a masculine alpha male. Like, okay, bro. Well, I'm not going to be signing up for your Gumroad course, I'll tell you that. You know, but yeah, that's how it is. Oh yeah, lowered expectations, D-man. And if you're still here, like, if you hadn't heard of this, they're doing this other thing where they're like sunning their ring, they're baking the ring. If you read between the lines, they think that's some kind of alpha masculine thing. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how about you just, you know, take care of yourself, eat halfway decent, you know, maybe walk a little bit, lift some weights, you know, just and not be a bitch. That's the biggest thing. Not be an overly sensitive little bitch. You know, there are people who don't like me, so what? There are people who hate watch me. There's probably going to be people who hate watching me later, tomorrow. Hate watching this stream, hoping, you know, they can use something or talking shit about me on Discord servers or whatever. Who gives a fuck? Fuck you. At the end of the day, I'm going to be enjoying my life. And you are going to be you. And that's a problem for you. I'm a little loopy, guys. Shinobi Juan, good to see you, man. I saw you in the stream earlier. Yes, shields up, brother. Yes, that is correct. Lowered expectations. A hate watch is still a view. And I appreciate every view, whether it's because someone doesn't like me or because they do like me. And I mean, that's life. You can be the nicest person. I've seen people who are just like the nicest people. You know, I've been in groups and there have been people who are just nice, good people, and then they walk away and then somebody in their group talks shit. Amber was framed. Hello. Nemesis, brother Nemesis. Long time no hear from you live. What is up, man? Yeah, I should hit you up on Discord. It's been a while, man. Good to see you as always. Good man, this Nemesis guy. He actually, for those of you watching, if you've seen some of my videos with the intro, Nemesis here is the one who did the intro. So thank him for my cool intro. Although some people who have sensory issues have trouble with that intro because it's loud, but I think it's awesome. I think that shit's badass, personally. And I'm very grateful to have it, and I will continue to use it as I was asked to do so. And there's no reason not to, because it's awesome. Yeah, very good point, Shinobi One. You know, you can just live life, man. I mean, a lot of these holidays, it's good to celebrate holidays and everything like that, but yes, at the end of the day, it's just a consumer holiday. Buy your dad something for Father's Day. Buy your mom something for Mother's Day. You know, that's just, at the end of the day, that's what it is. That's what a lot of these holidays are. Buy something. Speaking of holidays, 4th of July is coming up, if you're an American like myself. And one thing that's been pissing me off about 4th of July is a lot of places you can't buy the good fireworks. Now that's ridiculous. What is this? Like, this is America, motherfucker. I want to buy the good fireworks, and on the 4th, I want to shoot off those fireworks and have a good time. Nemesis, man, he says he'll make me a better intro. No, that intro is badass, brother. I'm gonna leave it as is. I like it. I can't ask for actually a better intro. That was super well done. Ghost MGTOW. Sup, dudes? I have no idea who you are, but welcome. You know, everyone knows I'm a friend of the MGTOW guys. I will always be a friend of the MGTOW guys. I know some people shit on them. Some people confuse MGTOW guys with incels, but that is not the case. So you are very welcome here. That being said, I mean, y'all have heard me talk about this before, but some people claiming MGTOW are incels, and that's where they came from. But you know, at the end of the day, like, real MGTOW dudes are not incels. I understand why they're doing what they're doing. It's not for me, but I understand. Let's just say that. Lowered Expectations says MGTOW is a great organization. You are welcome in this chat. I'm a dad. Yeah, I mean, I've told my story before, but I'll tell it again here real quick. When I first started hanging out with the MGTOW guys and Turd Flinging Monkey server, that's who it was. They were all older guys that had kids. Most of them had really bad stories, and unfortunately, they were estranged from their children. You know, we're talking the stories you've all heard about guys living out of their car, you know, divorce raped, or divorce EPARD. you know what I'm saying. Yeah, all very sad stories, and honestly, it's the children who lose in the end. And it sucks. But good to see you all here. I actually wasn't expecting to have a chat. It's like, it's, you know, almost midnight my time, and some of you guys are not in the US. Some of you guys are like in Europe or other places around the world. So it's crazy to see my chat as active as it is at this time, but it's much appreciated. So while I've got you all here, and while I have some chatters, I know some of you guys come in late, but what would you like to see from me? Like, you guys know what I'm about. You know the type of content that I make. Is there anything that you would like to see on my channel that maybe I could work on? Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Give me a second, guys. I want to check something real quick. So I'm gonna go. All right, I am back. I'll be back. So, let's see. JR has joined the chat. What is up, man? Lots of cool dudes up in this motherfucker. Shinobi One, definitely get a hold of me. You want to work on a short film. I do have, there's lots of stuff I can do. I'm still learning different software, but I do pretty well for myself. So let's talk about what you want to offline, what you want to do a short film about, and I'd be happy to get in on that. More guns, 100%. All about the guns. Yes, I'm on board. Anything guns. I have to be careful, guys, to understand that I cannot live stream guns. Like, I cannot be shooting, during a live stream on YouTube, on Twitch, within reason. YouTube, no go at the station, period. Like, it's against the terms of service. I've already been, just for like showing a gun and doing like a explanation or something like that. It wasn't really like shooting it or handling it in an unsafe way or anything. I got a stream taken down, some asshole, or maybe it wasn't some asshole, maybe it was just the algorithm, but I don't know. I don't know, but all I know is that stream got taken down for that purpose, and I got an email that said that's against the terms of service, and I was like, okay, well, I'm one of those types of people. I touched the hot stove one time, and then I'd never do it again. It's just me. I'm here for the red pills. Well, we are red pill on this channel. I don't talk about that stuff as much because there are people who do that better than me. And I'm just one of those people that, I have my strengths and I stick with those. But I'm not opposed to talking about the red pill stuff. Let's see. Shinobi One says, I have an idea to make a short film with anyone who wants to. Well, again, let's talk, dude. I think you got my Discord. I'll be happy to, maybe I'll message you later on. But I'll be happy to work with you. Anything, especially if it's like to help guys out or, I'm always about helping people. Let's see here. Ghost MGTOW. Jesus. I know you gotta be joking, man. Don't be one of those guys. But yeah, funny shit. War stories, it'd be awesome to hear some. Yeah, I mean, I've had some experiences, but I mean, the real war stories, you want to hear war stories, you probably should talk or listen to Terrence Popp. He's got a ton of them. I've seen a couple of things, but I'm not like, I never like, look, if you watch my gun content, I will introduce myself as Master LARPer. Okay, now I am fully trained in many different things and experienced, but I'll never like go on about how badass I am or something like that. That's just, not how I do things. So I'm not saying I'm like some badass soldier or something like that. I mean, yeah, I've seen a few things, and I've thought about it. I actually thought about doing some videos kind of in the same format that Terrence Popp does, because I really loved his stories. And I can concur with Terrence Popp when he talks about Fort Hood. Fuck that place. Yeah. Yeah, fuck Fort Hood, dude. I could live without ever. Honestly, that made me not like Texas very much. And I don't think it's all of Texas's fault or anything. I'm sure there's lots of great places in Texas, but man, it just soured me to the whole state. The fucking plumber. What is up, man? What is up? If you want to you want to come on and chat, I will get in the Discord and we can chat. We'll do it live. If you got anything you want to talk about. Hey, yeah. Yep. I decided to go live, man. And happy Father's Day, by the way, Plumber. Okay, no, I understand. I understand. So I'm just shooting the shit. I got a, decent little chat going here. I wasn't expecting it. I was kind of expecting to drop some updates and that's it. And be on my way. But when I got some chatters and some viewers, I want to talk to them. So here we are. I like the war scene above. You like memes pretending to shoot at each other? And by the way, yeah, the scenery, I took that picture myself. That's been, like 2 years ago? During, obviously, the fall, because the leaves and everything. I love to hike. I love the mountains. I love the Appalachian Trail. If things were different, I would probably... There's this one guy on YouTube who supposedly records himself walking the Appalachian Trail. I mean, if things were different, I would do that too. But honestly, that kind of thing is tough for me. Hiking, I love to hike, but I have flat feet, which I got from the military. Years of carrying heavy gear and stuff like that. Bad knees, but I just tough it out most of the time. But it does make it difficult to hike. But I'm one of those types of people that I love hiking so much that fuck the pain. I just keep going. I'm very stubborn. Not sure why, but I like the 4 versus 1. That single frog is a boss. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of set that up because I was going to get on cam, but I wasn't feeling, I get on cam whenever I'm feeling more photogenic. So I'm not opposed to being on cam. I'm not one of these guys that hides his face. And fucking Baron Yam, buddy. What is up, dude? Good to see you in here. Sorry I missed the show earlier. I was just talking about that. I was out hiking, and I gotta be careful not to stay out too late, because when the sun starts going down, and when you're in the mountains, it gets dark quick. As soon as that sun starts getting below the mountain, it gets dark super quick, and it gets real dark. So you gotta get out of the holler while you can, man. Get some orthopedic insoles. They do help. I use those. I actually use shoes that have memory foam a lot of times. I need to buy some new shoes, but for sure. Love Father's Day. My pops is anti-gun and flat earther. Enjoy your hikes, bro. There's always playback. Yeah, I actually caught the end of that. And it was funny. You guys were going in on MAGA Man again. Yeah. You're always hoeing on that fool, and it's probably rightly so. We all have our enemies that we like to go in on. Yeah, I would love to, actually, not a bad idea. I would love to check the stars. You know what? Any of you guys see the blood moon? I wonder if I put a picture up. There's a blood moon back in May that was like an eclipse too. I was watching the solar eclipse, and it was a blood moon, and it was a super moon. Like, it was just one of these rare incidents that it was badass, man. And I'm sitting there doing research on like how to set up your camera, because if you don't set up your camera a certain way, the moon is just going to look like a ball of light. And it is on my Twitter, but I did get some decent pictures of that moon. Oh, yeah, yeah. You know, because the flat Earth, yeah. uh, let's see. Sorry, I'm going to try to catch up on chat, guys. The stars are probably awesome tonight. Yes. I think they should be. I don't. If there's no clouds, the stars are amazing here. I must admit, the sky is usually quite clear here, and the stars are always awesome. My only enemy is Jordan Peterson. Well, he's kind of like a. You know, I heard he's got quite the dope nose or whatever medicines he's on. I've seen a blood moon. They're very cool. Yes, yes, that was an awesome event. Lunar eclipse. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Nemesis knows. He saw that shit. D-Man says, about a month ago, got a few pictures, but couldn't get the video. Yeah, I got some pictures. I tried. The video was a bit tougher to get. On that, like I said, I did research. You got to set your settings this way and use a tripod, and I did. I got some good shots of it. I'm happy. Could have been better, but I got some good shots. Baron Yam says, no, it's crazy. I talked to him for hours, and he still believes that we were being lied to. It's either... All right. I understand that conspiracies and conspiracy theories are two different things. You know, there are lots of conspiracies out there. There are lots of stuff that's actually going on that you're going to be told, or they're going to point the finger at you and say you're a conspiracy theorist just for believing that, even though it's, you know, it's that whole don't believe your lying eyes shit. But the flat earth thing, yeah, that's a little too crazy for me. That's yeah, that's a little too crazy for. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Or that's like getting into that. Oh, we live in a simulation type of stuff. And it's like, Yeah, flat earthers can't be reasoned with. I agree. They really can't. I think they need some meds. They need some meds. Yeah. Don't piss down my leg and tell me it's raining. Exactly. Conspiracies are a real thing. Absolutely. Yeah. You know, people shit on Alex Jones or whatever, but if they actually did some solid research, they would find that a lot of the stuff he was talking about has a lot of real world bearing. You kind of got to use some nuance, like the whole thing about, you know, the water turning the frogs gay. I mean, number one, the chemicals in the water are fucking all of us up. Number two, now, while it wasn't necessarily turning them gay, I guess it made them change their gender, the frogs. So, I mean, you know, Alex Jones taking off his shirt, screaming, you know, whatever. It's all showmanship, but there is truth to what he says. Yeah, it's all about convincing you that you have unremovable VR goggles and white giants colonize the whole world. Oh yeah, we can get into that. There's some people that talk about the Nephilim, which is interesting because it's biblical, and I think it comes, it's mentioned in like Genesis, and of course the Book of Enoch. Flat Earth is there to debunk the scientists used to think the Earth was flat argument when debating atheists. Well, look, I have atheist friends. I'm not one myself. Templar, hey, what's up, dude? Good to see you. It's been quite a while since I've seen you, brother. But there is arguments, I mean, scientific arguments that you can throw at atheists. It's one of those things, don't talk politics, don't talk religion. I try not to. I respect my atheist friends. As long as they don't. See, there's the like militant atheist, and then there's the atheist that's like, you know, I believe what I believe, right? But the militant atheists, they're like the obnoxious Christian, right? The ones that come that come to your door and give you I'll relate a personal story. So there was one time when I was visiting my parents, and the Jehovah's Witnesses came to my mom's my mom's house, and my mom was like, "Oh, here they are again." She was just gonna not answer the door, and I'm like, "Oh, fuck that shit." So I go out there, and I'm wearing a pair of blue jeans and a wife beater and a fucking 357 pistol on my belt, and they're like trying to talk to me, and I'm like, just whatever, and they give me this brochure. I'm like, oh, okay, great, thanks. They finally fucking leave because I was kind of low key being not. I want to say I was being an asshole, but not really. I was just kind of like I wasn't asking any questions or trying to debate them or anything like that. It was kind of like, okay, yeah, okay. And then, and they could see the 357 and like in my waistband and shit. And they were just like, yeah, funny. I'll continue. There's another parts of that story later, but they leave and I take the book back in to my mom and I'm like, look at this shit. And like, we're reading some of this stuff and it's like, basically what they're saying is, if you follow like Christian, scripture, they're kind of talking about that, and yet they're saying that you will be basically reborn as a zombie. I'm like, oh, good. This is what I always wanted. I want to be reborn as a zombie. And I can't remember if they're the same people that think that there's only a certain amount of people that go to heaven or whatever, which I've always joked that, like, if I was a part of that shit, I wouldn't be going to people's door trying to convince them to go to be a part of the religion. I'd be doing the exact opposite. If that was something I believed, I'd be like, you sure this is for you? Maybe you should try Catholicism or something like that, But, all right, I'm going to try to catch up to chat. Actually, no, I'll catch up with you guys on chat in just a second. I want to tell part 2 of that story. So, those motherfuckers came back a while later, and my dad was having trouble with his neighbor. Now, his neighbor doesn't manage his dogs very well, and his dogs had attacked my dad's dogs, and my dad was like, look, you control your fucking dogs, or I'm going to shoot them. And so he got into the habit where he would carry his 38 special in his hand when he would let the dogs out. And here come these fucking Jehovah's Witnesses to my parents' house again. And they get out of the vehicle. They see my dad standing there with the 38 special in his hand. And they're just like, nah. And they jump back in the fucking vehicle and drive away. And they never come back since. Okay, now... that just makes me laugh. I'm going to try to catch up with you guys on chat. Okay. Alex Jones did nothing wrong. He should have never been deplatformed. I agree. The frogs were born gay. I don't know about that. There's chemicals in the water that the frogs were sensitive to. There's like a study or article about that. Flat Earth hypothesis is as ridiculous as time-traveling reptilian shape-shifting elites. Yeah, that's fucking, what's his name? Damn, I know his name off the top of my head. Like, he's been saying the reptilians for fucking forever. He's been talking, God, his name is on the tip of my mind. Damn it, it'll come to me. Okay. Nemesis is not an atheist. Well, I don't judge people for, whatever they're... David Icke, yes. Level 1 online was the first one to get that. David fucking Icke. That's him. Yep, you guys got it. Very nice. So, Baron Yam says, we'll be talking about my new niece being positive. I mentioned the world globe or something sets him right off. Ha! Off-topic question. What do you think Rolo should do about the constant harassment that he gets from ADJ and DDJ? Well, that was what my last video was about, Plumber. If Rolo was to come out, I know it would be kind of a pain in the ass for his daughter, but if he was to come out and be like, look, this ADJ guy is a straight bitch. He tried to game my daughter and he made an absolute fool out of himself. And that's what all of this is about, is that he's butthurt that he tried to game my daughter. He failed. And I said, you know, fuck that. And there are receipts. I've heard about the receipts. And I tried to, you know, low key get some of them that wouldn't dox Rolo's daughter or anything like that. And he was apprehensive about dropping that. And so I was like, okay, well, never mind. I don't want to, you know how I am. I don't want to cause any more problems. Should have answered the door naked. Nah, man. Yeah, that would be funny, but I don't want to do that to my neighbors. The Jehovah's Witnesses, I wouldn't care as much. Like, run around naked like a crazy man and freak them out or something. Whatever, you know, that's whatever. But, you know, I don't want to do that to my neighbors. They're probably used to people being disinterested. That's correct. That's pretty much what I was. I wasn't being an asshole, but I was being disinterested. JW, don't believe that. That's the good old friendly Mormons. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. John Smith created a religion of tall tales. Yeah, the golden plates or whatever. There's a funny video. I almost want to use that for my channel, but I try not to get into religion on this channel. I try not to get too much into politics unless it's related to firearms, pretty much. Guess they didn't want to be zombies. I guess not, Templar. I guess not. Baron Yam. People who spend too much time in isolation with religious texts are really sick. It breeds narcissistic, stubborn pseudoscience. Well, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day about, like, California. I've heard people tell me, like, Californians kind of just make up their own, like, they claim it's Christianity, but they kind of just, like, make their own shit up. Worse than the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses ever thought about. Nothing wrong with becoming a zombie. Nemesis asking about David Icke. Okay, so since you don't know, I'll explain it to you real quick, Nemesis. So David Icke is this guy that's been for decades screaming about how the elites in the United States are actually alien reptilians. And I don't remember, was there an element of time travel? There's another guy. I used to listen to Coast AM, which you understand that it's not real shit. It's people making up this, you know, this bullshit. And at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's people talking about ghosts and fairies and fucking, you know, shadow people and all this shit. But it's that level of stuff. So there's people that come up with the craziest shit. Just because you can map things in the Bible to our world now doesn't mean you should. That's the failing of modern day spirituality, is they try to retcon everything. The God-blessed Bacon. Don't think I've ever seen you live. What's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I forgot. Bacon has been a subscriber for a while. Yeah, I don't go live that often. I try to stick with videos, but, you know, this was Father's Day. I had some stuff I wanted to put out. I wanted to let everybody know that I'm still here. I'm still working on stuff behind the scenes. And, yeah, so fuck it, you know, and I got a great audience that's chatting away. Baron Yam says, you should have seen the choir concerts during the pandemic. Cringe black hole. Huh. Templar says, most conspiracies aren't real, but they are entertaining. Yeah. There are a lot that are real, but you know, even the fake ones are fucking pretty entertaining. Like, you know, like the Bigfoot shit. Um, it's entertaining to watch some of these shows talking about Bigfoot and West Virginia. They have this creature called sheep squatch. I shit you not, fucking sheep squatch. Uh, it's really entertaining. It's like nobody ever has like a high quality camera or anything. Whenever they see Bigfoot, you know, they always have like a. It's like they're trying to record from a cell phone from like 20 years ago and shit. The New Age Church started in Missouri. Californians just followed blindly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's weird, crazy people in every state. When I picture California, I picture mostly uh, like people from Los Angeles, and this, you know, a stereotype, not entirely right, but I picture like L.A., like stuck up, wannabe model people, you know, and weirdos, pretty much. And I did know some from the military, and they were strange, and they had an odd accent. They used the word hella a lot. And I do have a friend that says that now and then, but they had some other phrase we used to make fun of them for. The plumber says David Icke is right about most everything but the reptilian thing. That's possible, but takes a technology of adjusting the light frequencies. Yeah, now there is a suspicion I've had with some of these people, uh, where the crazy act is just a thing to keep them from being assassinated. So, like Alex Jones, a lot of what he said is actually on point if you actually do the research. But then he acts crazy, and so people just write him off as a crazy man. But that only worked for so long. Then they eventually just deplatformed him. The I'm an entertainer cover only worked for a while. 2022 still recording with a potato. Yeah, that's pretty much every supposed Bigfoot sighting. Sheep squatch, yes. What's that? It's basically like a Sasquatch monster that has like the head of a sheep, like goat. Look it up. There's probably a video about it on YouTube. Are you perhaps talking about Foursquare? That's like an international super church. I have no idea. I'm out of the loop on that one. Cheap Squatch. Well, I mean, I wish Dr. Squatch soap was cheaper. That's actually good soap. Some people will give people shit for selling soap that maybe has pheromones in it. You know, I've tried it. I mean, pheromones, there has been experimented with. The pheromones do work. But it's not really my thing. Bigfoot only comes out when he sees people with a low-res camera. Everyone knows this. Yes, he plans it out like that. He is very, very intelligent. Actually place stock in what Jordan Maxwell says as opposed to David Icke, who I actually feel is more of a grifter than anything. Well, you know, it's grifting season 24/7 now. The internet has made everything grifting season. You know, it's only a matter of time, guys, before I start trying to make you give me super chats. Templar says, after nothing turns up with new cameras, now the theory is that Bigfoot is interdimensional. Yes, so when you start using like thermal cameras and, you know, infrared shit and all kinds of tech that you should be able to find a creature like that with, yeah, now he's an interdimensional creature. Bacon. I'm from LA. You're not all that wrong about a sizable portion of the population and the word hella, but keep in mind it is a huge area, so you can find decent groups of people. I actually have this isn't a dox or anything, but I think my father was born in LA, but I'm not a fan of California. I'm not a fan of any state that does not recognize my right to carry. And so I actively avoid them. Only Squatch. Oh boy. Now the Sasquatches have their own internet and websites. Can we super chat with 3030 ammo? Well, since you did hook me up with a 3030, I would absolutely accept 3030 ammo, brother. Ammo would be much appreciated. I would take that. You know, I almost want that more than money right now. Man, but I'll tell you, I could use a little bit more money because damn, when I go to the gas pump, it's fucking ridiculous. I would definitely never live in California. Me neither. I grew up in the Midwest, and I got to the South as soon as I could. This is what I like to see here. Baron Yam says, oh, gun question. Thoughts on universal background checks for firearms being constitutional? Negative. No, all gun laws are unconstitutional. Point blank, period. That the Second Amendment is basically telling you that the government has no business regulating firearms, period. And I am one of those hardcore types of people. Now, do I really want dangerous people running around with guns? No, I don't. But there are always solutions to problems that don't involve gun control. So the school shooters, right? That could have been prevented. Yeah, any weapons, period. But, you know, these are the biggest weapons of the day are firearms. Have you checked the price of box of 20, 30s lately? It's crazy high. Yeah. I don't really go around looking for 30 all that often, but, you know, I'm looking at 5.56 and 7.62 by 39 and 9mm, and it's ridiculous. You used to be able to get like a box of 9mm, 50 9mm rounds, target loads, of course, for like 12, 13 bucks. But now they're going for like 35 for a box of 50. You know, or sometimes higher. That's funny. There was a study done on people who use the word hella. They have an average IQ of 80. That's funny. School shooters are a result of fathers being kicked out of their sons' lives. Fathers keep daughters off stripper poles and sons out of prison. Fathers are important. I know that Father's Day is over for me and where I'm at, but fathers are super important. Mine, as I said, mine wasn't perfect, but there were certain lessons that he beat into my brain over, you know, the period of growing up that stuck with me that have helped me. Yes, Baron, keep in mind that and you're very strongly paraphrasing, so I will read. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm feeling generous today. I'm going to put something on the screen. I have to find it real quick, so keep chatting. But I have a wonderful image somewhere around here that explains, because language was different back then, so words meant different things back when the Constitution was written. And that's what the entire argument, like, you got some people who are trying to interpret it in modern language, and that's simply not true. Well regulated meant something entirely different when it was written than well regulated would mean in English now. So essentially, well regulated meant well trained. It did not mean that the government regulated it. So that's what we think when we hear the word regulated or regulation. We're constantly thinking that it has to do with the government taking control of something. Not the case. I have so many like images and stuff to fucking work through this. It's gonna take a minute. So I got great memes. That's all I can say. My memes are amazing. I have, oh no. I hope I didn't have that on my fucking phone, because my phone met an unfortunate end where it started to get into this boot loop cycle, and then it just died and would not come back on. So then I had to get a new phone, and new phone, who dis, and lost a lot of my material that I had on there, but I could have swore I put it on my fucking computer. It's going to take a minute to search though. But you get the idea about like the well-regulated part. Let's see, where is this? Aware. When you have too many memes and too many screenshots of things, it becomes cancer to find exactly what you want unless you organize it perfectly. While I'm doing this, I'm gonna keep the chat up on the side so I don't miss you guys. See, there's a solution to school shooters. There are plenty of combat vets who are struggling to find decent paying work who would love to protect your fucking school. Hire me, motherfucker. I'll do that. I'll do that as my full-time job and kick my current full-time job into my side hustle. Eventually, some of you guys know what I do, and my goal is to take over that business, but building a business takes a lot. It's a lot of work. And you got to start from the bottom. Work your way up. I know it's here somewhere. That's one thing that I would 100% save to my computer. I kind of want to put some other stuff up, but I will. I'm one of those types of people that'll trigger the fuck out of people without trying very hard. And memes do that. I know some people, I hate memes. See, those are the worst kinds of people. Because memes are based entirely off of satire, which is my favorite form of comedy. It is a quick bit of exposition in satire. Motherfucker. Yeah, I probably lost that one. Makes me sad. Sort of. Can always get it again one day, I guess. But you get the idea, yeah. All right, so I'm going to try to catch up with you guys. All right. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, there are already fucking universal background checks. It's anytime you listen to like left-wing scums talk about guns, just know it's bullshit. There is a thing called the NICS system. And if you are a felon, or if you have been like institutionalized, you have, you're crazy as fuck and probably shouldn't have a gun, they're supposed to put you in the NICS. They're supposed to. So when you go to buy a fucking gun, I don't know if you've ever bought one before, but I've bought many double digits, easily double digits, by the way. I don't want to say the exact amount, but I've bought many guns. And I've had a background check for every single one of them. I'm military. I have been basically a security personnel for the Fed for a decade. I'm trained in many different things. And I've had a background check every fucking time. Now, in some states, if you have your concealed carry, that acts as your background check, because if something happens, they'll yank that away from you. But anyone who tells you, oh, there's not enough background checks, they're full of shit. They want you to think that there's not enough background checks or that they don't happen. They're lying to you. Point blank, period. Liberals want to train NEETs to interview potential governors for. Oh my. Yeah, see, the red flag bullshit is. That's. Okay, so I've talked about this before, but. So the once upon a time, way before you were born, yeah, as you're a very young man, you used to be able to point the finger at somebody and have them institutionalized. When we're talking about, they would be taken to one of these asylums, put in a fucking straitjacket, thrown in a rubber room. They could be perfectly normal, perfectly no mental illness whatsoever, and these people would be held against their will for days. And I think what ended that was there was a reporter that got thrown in there. And they knew this was going to happen. This was back when the press weren't a bunch of fucking shitbags. And they knew that this reporter was going to be thrown in there. And the reporter they brought the authorities and had the reporter released after, a period of time. And they did a report on it. Or they, you know what I mean? And it got exposed. So then they did away with that. So that's basically what this is going to be. Some asshole is going to be able to point the finger and say, the plumber's crazy. The plumber is this, that, and the other thing. Take his guns away. And they're going to, without any real solid evidence other than someone saying plumber's this or that, they would take plumber's guns. No questions asked. Which is extremely unconstitutional, because I've already told you how I feel about Constitution. And by the way, I bought a gun. Yeah, I bought a gun at a gun show, and guess what? They picked up the fucking phone and they called the NICS program, and they called it in. I had a background check done at a private gun show. Man, holy shit. And this was in a state that is like super Second Amendment, by the way. Which I also currently live in one of those. Lowered Expectations says, I tried to buy a firearm, but I was denied due to the credit check. I'm not going to be able to finance that, so I'm saving up. Ah, okay. Just because you can't afford it. I see. Plumber says, just thought of a question. I wonder if it's legal to gift a ghost gun, say as in a will. See, that's Plumber, that's something the left is again wanting to attack. So they're basically wanting to if you let the lefty scums have their way, they're going to basically make it to where when you die, you can't pass down your guns to like your son or whatever. The state's just going to take them and destroy them or use them for whatever nefarious purposes they might have in mind. That's, on the left-wing agenda. Lord, you can still be hospitalized for 72 hours for no reason. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard of it happening anytime recently. There's usually a reason. There's usually evidence. I like if someone says Baron Yam is losing his shit, and then people go to investigate, and maybe you're just really angry and throwing stuff, they might take that. Oh, I missed that one. I missed a couple. Sorry, guys. What kind of monster hates memes? Fucking evil monsters. They should be banished to hell. Haters of memes. Nemesis said, the progressive libtards killed comedy, so nowadays memes are a modern day comedy. So that's what I think anyways. Memes are a comedy, I agree. Oh, we got a new chatter who followed Bacon. You guys may or may not know this, but Bacon is like a fucking pimp. So you have a pimp in the chat. Low key. If you have any questions about pimping, they should all be directed at Bacon. Let's see here. You guys saying some funny shit. Yeah, he says, I just see memes as a part of the comedy, not a replacement. I agree. And guys like Dave Chappelle, I really appreciate because they don't fucking bend the knee. How are you doing? Low key, Pimp Bacon. That's what he should be. He should be Pimp Bacon. The Bacon Pimp. And Donna Hannaford, I hope I'm saying that correctly, but welcome. Welcome to the stream. The stream is being carried by the chat right now because I can't find a fucking meme. And it makes me sad. Some of these are way too hot for YouTube that I got here. People saw the memes, because I'll tell you all something else about myself, is I have a very twisted sense of humor. I'm not a bad person, but there's certain experiences that I've had where I learned to laugh at shit, and even though most people, I've laughed at stuff where people have looked at me like, that's not funny. Like, they actually got upset. But that's, that's just the nature of how I myself have dealt with some of the things I've experienced and lived through. But it carries on. I have a very twisted sense of humor, and I'll laugh at shit. And some people are like, oh, that's just autism. Like, no, that's not really. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself autistic. And that's not really an insult per se, because I have some autistic friends. If you watch my channel, you guys know APOC, who's a channel favorite. He has autism. He's a great guy. He's not a weirdo or a freak or anything like that. I mean, I know it's kind of used low-key as an insult for people who are high energy and weird. Maybe we'll have to come up with a new something else, but I can't tell sometimes with YouTube. I get away with weird stuff sometimes. Nemesis disappeared for me in the chat. Nemesis, you still here, man? Let me make sure his channel is still here. I hope somebody didn't fuck with Nemesis. I don't have any mods. I might make Plumber. You're gonna be promoted, sir. Actually, he's getting ready to go to bed. Plumber is now a moderator. The elf has shot the food. If you can figure out what I just referenced there, you are awesome. That's all I'll say. You probably have to be older to understand what I said. And a gamer. I'll supervise Plumber. That's funny. Let's see here. Okay, he is here. Bacon. The myth, the man, the legend is here. So, in summary of what most people want from me for this channel, you want more guns, which I'm all about. Gauntlet. Well, you did cheat, you cheater. That's funny, but yes. The elf that shot the food. I actually beat one of those Gauntlet games. I'm new here too, though I've known Rifle for a while. Yes, Bacon has some cool friends, even though they all kind of shit on each other, but it's all in good fun. But yes, Bacon's he's good people. I would recommend actually any of you guys in here follow Bacon. Watch his material. It's pretty good. He's a funny dude. Aha. Yeah, I don't really ban people here. As long as even if you come in and you talk shit, if you're a good troll, that's my expectation. If you come in here, even if you're coming here to troll, be good at it. If you make me laugh, you can stay. The only time I'll ban somebody is if I think they're doing something that puts my channel in jeopardy. But otherwise, I am very free speech. I'm also new here. I'm here on a foreign exchange program. Yes. Yes, where are you from? Lowered expectations. Which country? Donna Hannaford. Man, I don't know how I missed that, but she says, Bacon, I have no idea. I saw your link, followed it here, and here I am. Clearly, your pimping works. It does. Bacon's pimping is effective. Is very effective. I'm gonna need a background check. Channel exchange program. Okay, it makes a lot more sense. The channel exchange program. Yes, that is a good rule to have, Bacon, because, I mean, if you just ban someone for being a troll, you're losing out on the comedy. And maybe they'll have something funny as fuck to say, they're entertaining. Sometimes the chat gets into it or, gives you positive responses to the person trolling because they're good at what they do. So there's no point in, it's because you don't know somebody doesn't mean you should ban them or, you know what I mean? I've seen some funny trolls on some of these red pill streams even, but usually not. Usually it's just some asshole. The red pill needs more comedy, I think. I think the red pill streams need more funny people in them, but people take themselves too seriously on that. Now, I know I say smart ass shit like in Rolo's chat or during Rule Zero or something. I'll say some smart ass shit, making fun of somebody. But that's just who I am. Nemesis says, I presently live in the country of flying cockroaches. Can anyone guess what country that is? Did you change countries, Nemesis? Because I think we talked about where you live. I don't want to put it out there, but... Whenever you say that, I kind of think of Scarface, to be quite honest, when you put it like that. Yes, Baron, I agree. And, you know, I mean, Baron, I'm sure you'd be happy if MAGA Man made an appearance in your chat during our streams. I don't know that guy all that much, but I know you guys clown on him consistently. Yes, lowered expectations. Lowered expectations, got it. I know, right, Bacon? Like that could be, you know, border states and stuff. Actually, I wish I knew Spanish, to be quite honest. And by all rights, I should because you know, my dad is half Mexican, so. But that's just not how it worked out. My granddad didn't want my grandma teaching the kids Spanish because he wanted to know what they were saying, and I'm kind of like, but you could have learned it too. But he was an alcoholic, so there you go. You have some of my family history there. The Fat Man. Oh shit, there's a dude I haven't seen in a long time. The Fat Man 56. What's up, brother? Oh crap, I'm a crappy troll. Need more experience. Yes, Fat Man. It's an acquired skill to be a good troll. See, yeah, I mean, I could have learned Spanish at another point in my life, Templar, because after I got out of the military, I was getting ready. I was in the process of joining the Border Patrol, putting you know my skills to good use, and you know, obviously not knowing Spanish, they'd have to put me through the 52 weeks, you know, I guess a whole year of learning Spanish, and you know, I got to the interview phase, and I just declined to go. And I'll tell you the reason why I declined to go was this was that time that those guys got thrown in prison for shooting the drug dealer from the Border Patrol. This was during the Bush years. And I was like, fuck that, man. If they ain't going to have my back, they're going to throw me under the bus. Why the fuck would I do this job? I'm glad at this point, I'm glad I didn't do it. I ended up getting the federal security job, you know, shortly after that. And that was a good, you know, 9 years of making good money, and it had its perks. Let's see. Huh. There's some banter going on in the chat. I'd rather know German, to be honest. Well, I'd rather know. Well, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say. There are some languages I would like to know. This may shock some people, but I would actually wouldn't mind knowing Russian. Oh, he's a Russian spy. Like, well, I do like their weapons. I do like. I hate commies. I hate communists with a passion, but they made good weapons. They made very interesting weapons. I have a decent little small collection of Comblock weapons. Obviously, AK-47. I have as a semi-automatic. It used to be an SMG in World War II. And of course, I have a Mosin Nagant because that's a fucking requirement for being a gun collector. You gotta have one of those. It's like you gotta have a 1911. You're not a real gun collector if you don't have a 1911, sir. Just them's the rules. The roaches, they're gonna be growing opposable thumbs soon enough. Yeah, right. Baron, yeah, I knew it. What a perfect plant in the 2A community, feeding info to Melania, shaking my head. Lowered expectations. I don't judge. Where I live, the rats are already running for office. Right. I've heard about the rats in New York. There are legends of those. A lot of Russian chicks are mega hot. Yeah. Yes, but I won't be trying to get some like mail order bride or some shit anytime soon. Fuck that shit. Actually, that's not a bad idea. The black pill guys, like the incel guys, if they actually like saved up some money or something, that's what they should do. Get themselves a mail order bride. Although probably the Russian ones are probably off limits right now. But I mean, get you a Ukrainian girl or something. You just can't be broke, so do something to make some money, and there you go. There's your black pill problem is solved. Fat Man says, not much, kind of quit YouTube, and now I'm playing Ship Graveyard for kicks and giggles. Oh, you stopped making content? That's, that's all right. And to be quite honest, YouTube can burn you out. It can be kind of a cesspool. And I understand experiencing burnout. Splinter from Ninja Turtles is a rat from New York. You are correct. I thought he was from Japan though, but maybe. But he lived in New York, so you're good enough. Bacon says, can confirm Eastern European chicks are hot. I named my ex hot Russian ex for a reason. Yes. I hear, I don't know if you guys have ever paid attention to Roosh, but Roosh and some other guys from back in the day talked about Ukraine long before what's happening now happened. But one thing they all seem to have consensus on is that they're pretty much all gold diggers. You have no money, no play for the Ukrainian ones. And it probably carries over to Russians too, or maybe most Eastern European gals. Nemesis says, shit, there's already a rat in office. Hold on. The rat is the current president. Yes. Yes, the rat has dementia and other issues. Lowered expectations says, the women in Honey Boo Boo's family are not hot. I can confirm that without a doubt. Yeah, I would agree that they're not interesting to look at whatsoever. Yes, I concur. Sorry, I'm moving my desk. You guys probably hear that. I do feel like I can chill a lot better. The only thing about like having the camera on is like I don't feel like I can chill as much. I'm kind of like paying attention to my body language and shit like that. Dating coaches like Mr. Lucario and Angry Man are back, so look forward to that. Well, Mr. Lucario, I mean, I've heard decent things about him. I don't watch that shit though, to be quite honest. Like, I'll be blunt, like most of the red pill people I watch, I'm not really there to learn anything. I'm there to support the person who's creating the content more so, and throw smart ass comments or make fun of You know the people. You guys know by now, who I make fun of and who I don't like. It's kind of like Baron Yam with MAGA Man. I have my certain individuals that I have to clown on because they had it coming. But Angry Man, now I'm actually really surprised Angry Man is back, and now he's a PUA because if y'all don't know who Angry Man is, if you're talking about the same person, he originally was Angry MGTOW, and he caused a lot of problems. I don't know if is Mr. Lucario really is that him? Because I thought he was like in the red pill and he was cool with a lot of guys. But there are people like there are. I'm not. Let's see here. I've seen some dating life coaches on YouTube. Yeah, yeah. Well, there's one that I think of that he wears this like golf hat and he is the biggest dork in the universe. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. I hate PUA, says JR. Well, yeah, there's some of them who I don't really like. But keep in mind, if you're a MGTOW guy, understand that not everybody's going to be MGTOW, period. Like, you can be red pill and not be fucking MGTOW. That's a personal choice. Whether you're atheist, Catholic, whatever, personal fucking decision. Okay? Now, some of these guys are not red pill, but they're PUAs and they're mega simps. So, and then of course some people claim to be red pill, but they're not. They're behind the scenes. They're not even close. Some of these guys talk mad fucking shit about how alpha they are and shit like that, but when you see the private conversations, they're not even close to being. They're nothing that they present themselves to be. Aaron says, "Oh, they are flying under a new group which is connected to 21 Studios." Yeah, fuck those. I'm not going to use that word, but yeah, 21 con artists can go to hell as far as I'm concerned, and they can do it with their gay stripper speakers that they have. Yeah, for the most part, these guys are all preaching the same shit to a new audience. Yeah, I mean, all right. So people wonder why the red pill people Why do you keep talking about women? Why do you keep talking about the red pill? The reason they do it is oftentimes they're trying to talk to the new people because there's new people coming in all the time. It's not the same old people, because eventually a lot of people just kind of, okay, I learned what I needed to learn, and then they leave. And then new people come in. So, Fat Man. Well, after 6 years of YouTube, best I could do was 187 subs. No hope of making a job out of this. Now I make videos every once in a while, but no more video every day crap. All right. So yeah, there's a system to making YouTube your job. There are people who you might be able to watch some videos, but yes, you kind of have to do certain things. And for me, like, I never wanted YouTube to be my job because it's not, well, number one, it's not even close to being stable. I mean, all it takes is some asshole to find a way to fuck you over and your channel is gone, and then there's your income. Your income is gone. Nemesis. Did you guys know that Mr. Lucario was actually a contestant in VH1's I Love New York back in around 06? No bullshit. Dude, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Very interesting. I don't know how you guys find this stuff. I mean, and I'm good at finding stuff, as you guys know, but, well, I probably could have found it. But I don't know Mr. Lucario and never paid much attention to him. I have a lot of resources, let's just say. Lowered Expectations says, I believe his name was Eli. He blocked me when I said hello in his chat. Yeah, that person in the golf hat, he's notorious for that. You just say hi. I don't pay much attention to that dork anymore. I think I don't know what he's doing. I kind of made that video about him, and I never, like, that was all I cared about. Like, and if you guys want to know who I'm talking about, there's a video, a Guilty Grift video I did called The Cuck. I think it was episode 4, I think. Guilty Grift X episode 4, The Cuck. That's the guy we're talking about. You guys remember that show? Yes, because New York, I used to watch that VH1 shit because I was young. You wouldn't catch me watching anything like that these days. But New York was on the show with the guy that would wear the clock as a necklace or whatever. Fucking, I can't remember that dude's name. I'm rap like hip hop is not my genre. I'm a metal man through and through. Bacon says, honestly, I see all the people talking about being MGTOW rather than just doing their own thing as giving up without saying they're giving up, especially if half their topics are about women. Yeah, a lot of the worst offenders are red pill ragers, unfortunately. Red pill rages. I have a thing where, like, I understand red pill rage within a certain time period. If you're still on red pill rage after a certain time period, I'm kind of like, you haven't learned or absorbed this stuff at all. Like, you shouldn't be angry. You shouldn't hate women. That's the whole point of the red pill, so you don't hate them. You understand them. Baron, yeah. One of the dating coaches is promoting a book called The Dojo of the Game. Well, there will always be books. And speaking of VH1, you guys, there was a show that I watched called The Pickup Artist. Oh, Flava Flav. I saw that pop up. Yeah, that was him. But there was a show called The Pickup Artist. And it starred, if you don't know, if you're not familiar with red pill history or game history, PUA history, Mystery was his name. And, but he wasn't red pill. He knew how to game at the time, but game changes. Like, you know, you can't wear the fuzzy hat and paint your nails black and do card tricks no more. People are going to be like, who the fuck is this weirdo? I'm not sure how anyone would be interested in Tiffany of I Love New York. I don't like obnoxious women. I like funny ones. I like charming. I like kindness, but obnoxious, I don't know. Some guys will just go after anything that is female. So, I'm a bit more picky, but yeah. Nemesis. Mr. Locario got kicked out because he was shilling his music on her show and she went apeshit nuts on his ass. That's funny. That is funny. He's been grifting for a long time, man. I don't know. I don't have anything personal against the guy. I don't know him. But that's funny. That is technically kind of a grift. A grift is not necessarily a negative thing either. I oftentimes do use it in a negative context, though. Baron, yeah, you get that attitude in the Manosphere a lot. People pretending everything is okay, but secretly they are upset about being single. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, dude. Like, but yeah, here's the thing about the MGTOW guys. I think that's who you're kind of getting at, Yam. Is like, yes, the red pill rage, those types of people are mad that women are not what their blue pill fantasy of them was. And so they're mad, but you shouldn't be. Just deal with reality, man. reality is not reality is not that bad. In fact, sometimes it's stranger than fiction, as they say. And it's entertaining. Live life, love life. Enjoy it. You have a limited time on this earth. Enjoy it. Mystery was the best. Unfortunately, Mystery was, he was entertaining. Unfortunately, he didn't take the red pill. The red pill wasn't really like, a thing back then. And he became like a mega simp for this girl. He got like one-itis for her, and his life is pretty much wrecked. Yes. Oh, fucking hey, Sam fucking Bada. Guys, Sam Bada. If you guys don't know who Sam Bada is, he's a great man. I love this guy. He is awesome. He does, and I wish he was used more often, but he does the voice for Rollo Tomasi's books. I have quite a few of them on my phone. And I prefer him over the other guy that Rollo has used in the past. Just putting that out there. But Sam Bada is a good man. Good to see you here. But yes, I actually have a disc. If you follow my Twitter, I had some discs from David D'Angelo. Some of the stuff he said was good, but he was a grifter. Even grifters, can be right sometimes about stuff. Baron Yam says, but bringing in all these names from before is like Expendables 5. It shows things are getting desperate for coaches finding people. Well, there will always be an influx of guys who are struggling with women. Now, is the advice that they're getting good? Yeah, that's questionable. Bacon says, Baron Yam, being upset at being single means they don't have enough going on in their lives. Yeah, there's no real reason to be upset. You can get a woman interested in you. It's not the end of the world. The problem is you got to get over, stop being afraid or stop being angry. That stuff, like, you reek of it. Women can smell you from a mile away. Nemesis says, I will send you the link on your Discord page when I find it. Yeah, you should find me in the DMs. I'm interested. I'm not going to say I'm going to do an expose on the guy or anything, but I would like to see that. The world is very interesting. Sambot, I haven't seen you in forever. He has been kind of MIA. I hope you've been okay, Sam. I sent you a text a while back. I was inquiring. I did get my answer, like Rollo kind of answered it on a stream, but if you were doing the voiceover for this new book, which I would prefer. But Rollo said you're going to be doing work for him in the future, but not on this upcoming book. Which is called The Player's Handbook. I will text you again. Maybe you lost my number or something. But, okay. Fat Man says, well, I don't hate women. An odd way of spelling it. They're... All right. See, well, I don't know. I mean, if you just consider them too pathetic to hate, I don't know. That's kind of getting borderline hate. I mean, but yeah, I mean, you don't need a wife. No one should tell you that you have to have something. You choose the direction of your own life, Batman. Don't let somebody else do it for you. There's still value in reading the books by Tim Ferriss. I'll have to look that up. I still haven't gotten into the Player's Handbook that much. I've read a little bit of it, but I don't know. When it comes to game, the best experience like anything, the best teacher is experience, getting out there. And I had my time where I got out there and I learned a lot. Now I just hike and I work, I hike, and that's about it. You know, I'll get back in the field, and maybe I'll meet a decent woman that'll be worth it. Maybe not. You never know. Let's see here. Well, I see the chat is definitely slowing down, so I may have to call it because I don't want too much dead air. And we have been going a lot fucking longer than I thought we would, man. We're almost at 2 hours. I was like, maybe this will be a 20, 30-minute stream. So chat, man, you guys who have been here have been awesome. Really appreciate your input. Oh, man, I can't believe I missed these chat messages. Nemesis says, hip hop is definitely not my cup of tea either. I'd rather hear someone flush the toilet 50 times. Damn, bro. Damn. That was a good comment. I like that. Bacon says, the opposite of love and hate is indifference. You're right. If you hate women, you still care about them. Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at. These guys, like a lot of these red pill rage MGTOW guys, they do secretly still love women, in my opinion. Baron Yam says, I spit a lot of game, but not to a girl I'm trying to be serious with. There's no point in using manipulation. See, that's where I'm going to disagree with you. Game is not manipulation. That is a black pill. That is black pill horse shit. Game is simply being charming. If you have cultivated a charming personality, you're funny, stuff like that, it's not manipulation because you're not being fake. It's only manipulation if you're being fake. If you were like being a pro wrestler, what do they call it, kayfabe, then you're skirting the line with like being manipulative. But just being charming and funny and things like that, that's not manipulation. Especially if it's a part of your personality, who you really are. When will the market crash? Man, that's a great question. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball, but damn, man. Yeah. I'm looking at the price of gas. My crypto's fucking, my crypto is not doing good right now. Makes me sad, but the thing about that is that'll probably go back up. I'm banking on it going back up. Oh, okay. Yeah. Ghost MGTOW. Yeah, I mean that's like some 4chan type of stuff. I get it. 100% though. That edgy, the whole edgy thing, edgelord thing. The fat man. No, I need my wife. Rents and food has gotten crazy expensive. Yes. Food has gone up. Everything has gone up with gas. It sucks. I'm very, very unhappy about it. Because ammunition has gotten way up. Bacon says, define game. The whole point of game or pickup is to help you learn to be who you are that attracts them women you want. I'm tempted to like use different voices and stuff. It's fun. And Sam quotes Rollo. The red pill isn't about making a man hate women. It's about educating a man so that he won't hate women for what they can never be to him. That's what I was paraphrasing earlier, Sam. And so true, so true. Kaiser fucking Venom. Man, we're seeing some OGs come up in here. Even though it's almost, we're working on 2 a.m. where I live. But the OGs are still popping up. Hell to the yeah. Trader Joe's. Man, when I lived somewhere else, I lived pretty close to a Trader Joe's. But not anymore. Well, again, Baron, you never shut game off because you say just be real. You should be real from the beginning. Game is not fake. As we're trying to get into your head, game is not being fake. The game never ends. There are guys that are much older than you and I who are married and they still game their wives. It never ends. Just remember that. Remember that. These dating coaches are trying to sell game to people that will wife up the first thing. See, that's the problem. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. You hit a problem on the head, I will say. So, the blue pill dating coaches can teach you like pick up and game, even though I'm not impressed with a lot of the stuff that they do. But what they don't teach you is how to prevent trying to wife up the first woman that gives you attention. They only teach you the pickup, and I'm like I said, I'm not impressed with these guys. I'm not going to name names, but I've covered one of them in particular, the battered boyfriend. His blue pill as fuck. He doesn't really teach you anything, and his game is like walk up to a girl and tell her he's a DJ, and then invite her to a party or whatever, and like that's it. Like, not impressed. Coach Red Pill actually predicted the state of the current U.S. economy when Biden put those sanctions on Russia a couple months ago. And fuck Biden and fuck Obama for their fucking sanctions on Russia. Obama did what Obama did is he sanctioned certain types of ammo for the AK platform, and now it's pretty much impossible to get. And at the time, it's really cheap. Although I don't have an AK-74, I was interested in getting one, but there was really cheap ammo for the AK-74. And I'm mad, and it doesn't even affect me. It just affected the gun community as kind of a whole. Bacon says, Baron Yam, as I said, most of what guys teach are examples to help you figure out who you are and what works for you. It's not a persona it's not a persona like you're making it out to be. Yes, it's not kayfabe. It's not like you're you're like Hulk Hogan or the Ultimate Warrior or something, you know. Uh, it's just expressing yourself, being charming and stuff like that. That's ultimately coming out of your shell almost. You look at it like that. Heck, I heard there was a recession in 2000. There was. There was. Fat man, buy chickens from the Amish. Y'all can live on free eggs forever. Yeah, that's one of my goals that I want to raise, like have a farm and like raise animals and stuff. Now, Bacon, do keep in mind, Yam, he's a cool dude and he's young, so I mean he's had girlfriends and stuff. I've talked to him a little bit about that. But he is a younger guy, so I can understand where he's coming from to some degree, especially with some of these dating coaches out there. Yeah, I do also see where you're coming from. Like charging these desperate young men $5,000 for a boot camp and shit is fucking ridiculous. Yeah. So yeah, I concur with that. Some of these guys like, oh, and they're just preying on young desperate men. You know, there are some guys who give you shit for free. You know, they help you pretty much for free or give you at least a baseline to start with. The Amish. I live in Washington. I'm sorry, sir. I am very sorry, fat man. He'll get it soon enough, I imagine. Yeah. And Baron is a young man with a lot of potential. And I'm sure he will reach his potential. Ooh. Bacon says, I work in Seattle. I'm so sorry. The home of Blob Lewis. Okay. It's an easy read, too. Let's see. Did I miss something from you, Templar? What's it? What's an easy read? Are you talking about what Sam had referenced earlier? I'm still awake, barely. He's hanging in there. Ah, Spokane. I see. Coach Corey Wayne's book. Yeah, when I think of like a purple pill coach, that's kind of like the only guy that comes to mind. I don't want pay much attention to purple pill people. I mean, I guess technically these guys came out with the white pill, air fingers quotes, and that's pretty much just the purple pill. So. And there are like, I've watched streams where these so-called white pill guys were agreeing with everything a red pill guy said, but they didn't like how he said it. I was like, oh, great. Oh, good. I don't know. I didn't even know what the fucking point of the whole debate was, but grifters are gonna grift, my man. And sometimes the grift is just hating on the right person. Yeah, John Anthony simply rebranded the mystery method. There's nothing fresh about anything he sells. He's a straight fraud. I agree. John Anthony Lifestyle, JAL. He's not teaching anything groundbreaking. He's just hating on other. His strategy is to use old school mystery method and hate on his competition. And I don't know of any other dating coach who is like actively bragged about banging trannies, but oh, you know what? All right, I think I know what we're gonna do. You guys want to hear? You guys want to hear John Anthony Lifestyle brag about banging trannies? Since we're on that, let me see here. Yeah, I haven't put that in a video yet, but yeah, we're making fun of a Templar. We're making fun of a PUA guy. He's like, he just like mystery method, but he's anti red pill and he hates on everybody. And yeah, but he, yeah, he straight up admitted that he banged trannies. They were post-op though, man. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's not something I would admit to doing if I was him, but I mean, that kind of was the nail. Like, I already didn't like him, but that was like the nail in the coffin right there. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Maybe I'll just save that for a video. It's on my Twitter though. If you guys are familiar with my Twitter, it's on there. Couldn't help it, man. Couldn't help it. Yeah, he did. John Anthony Lifestyle did bacon. Here, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I won't put it on my stream, but I will link to my Twitter post that I put up, and you guys can watch it at your own leisure. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, scroll down. I took a long break from Twitter because Twitter. I love that one. Some of my videos, guys. I'm sorry. I hate to toot my own horn, but I don't know. I'm pretty proud of some of these videos. Let's see here. I'm gonna post this in the. I'm gonna post this in the chat, guys. Do with it what you will. Spokane is in the red side of the state of Washington. Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, that's a good side. At least it's red. I think some of you guys are like behind, I guess. So that's why your comments seem almost out of place. It's all good as long as you catch the show, and I appreciate your participation as always. Fucking yam, brother. Fucking yam. Well, look, it's kind of it goes along with the alpha. Man, oh, that sucks, Templar. That's annoying. It's the alpha grift though. Like you get guys like Jack Murphy you know, trying to sell themselves as something they're not. And, you know, if you don't know the legend of Jack Murphy and the stuff he's done, yeah, boy, Dr. James Denton. Yes, what's up, Doc? Yeah, of course, yes. Kaiser Venom is always good to see here. Got all the cool people. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't expecting none of you guys to show up. I was expecting to do this for 20, 30 minutes, be done. That's it. But you turned this into a fucking awesome stream. So thank you. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. It's good to see you as always. But yeah, I'll show you guys another underappreciated one. Some people don't get this one, but you gotta have a Twitter. Sorry, I'm sorry that but if you have a Twitter and you can watch these it's another underappreciated Twitter post here. I did actually a YouTube video of this first, so it's viewable on YouTube as well. But it's called Pathological Red Hat Man. I need to get back to fucking with people on Twitter again. Well, Sam, when a PUA says they closed, that means they got the bang. Yes. So, you get what he's basically saying. He banged these trannies, closed these trannies, but they're a post-op. Okay, whatever. They're men. They don't have ovaries. They're biologically men. Yeah, Ghost McTell, I agree. I am a troll sometimes. It is fun to get on Twitter and fuck with people. Meme them into oblivion. Yeah. The thing is, these guys, they act like, oh, they're the apex alpha, but they're doing all this stuff, and some of them admit to it, and some of them, they just get caught. You know. And I am beginning to run out of steam, guys. So some of you haven't been here, so I'm gonna ask the question now that there are new people here. I asked earlier what the audience would love to see from me. What kind of videos? A 22 Club video. Oh, DDJ's still grifting. He's mostly grifting in on BitChute is where most of his grift is, but he's still trying to, like, yeah. I mean, he's still trying. He will never not try to grift. Let me see if I can. Are you talking about 22 con artist video or? like, here's the thing with DDJ is there's like so much, like, he was just a natural fuck up at everything. Uh, he's just a natural born loser who pretends he's a winner. Like, I have exposed so much shit on this turd that it's not even funny. Like, he should be slinking away and disappearing, but he won't. He will continue to grift as long as there's a grift for him to grift. And, you know, he's been my punching bag for, let's see here. What, like 3 years? He's been my punching bag. Yeah, you're right. Actually, Kaiser, you're right. Like, he literally has to grift to survive, because getting a regular job, like doing real work, is that's not his thing, man. He just, he just don't do that stuff. Okay, I wasn't sure if, the 21 con artist. Yeah, he's still there. He's still fucking. He's behind the scenes though, because like if someone looks him up on YouTube, they're gonna find my shit. Or if they Google his ass, they're gonna find my shit, and they're gonna be like, "Who the fuck is this freak?" You know, he's still talking about he's in good shape, and the women can't keep their hands off of him, but he'll never turn his fucking webcam on. So that tells you anything. Oh, lowered expectations. The person we're talking about is like supposed to be the Mac Daddy who can get women, practically any woman he wants, and he can teach you get women for a small fee of $5,000. You join his boot camp in Brazil. But he also bangs trannies. So, there's that. Oh, Sam Bada, Southern Prepper. Yeah. I like Southern Prepper. I'm actually a big fan of the Patriot Nurse too, who's a good friend of Southern Prepper. Uh, Medical stuff is I know quite a bit, but I can always learn more. I always want to up my skills, and I don't care to learn from someone someone like her. Bacon says brings a whole new meaning to your channel name. That's funny. Well trolled, well trolled. Some people are just born duller. Kaiser Venom, shaped like the Michelin Man. He really is, but he'll never admit it. He's just a pathological liar and a grifter, and that's all he can do is grift. Grift or die. He's in a corner. Fat Man, hey man, thank you for being here, dude, and have a good night, brother. Yeah, before I started doing the red pill stuff, I was into obviously guns, and the gun community and like the prepper community were sort of my communities. Uh, who is DDJ? Hey, these I'm tempted to like take you actually seriously when you ask that, Bacon, but I think it's a meme that I don't know about because people ask that like, who's DDJ? Like, I get what you're saying though. Like, he is a loser, and nobody should really care who he is. I'm going to go to Wolf. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Templar. And for those of you who don't know, like, I've used many monikers, and you know, that's part of my Discord. Also, I still use the same name on Discord. That's why people call me Wolf, who know me from that time frame. Sambada. Example, Aldi stores have been sold out of canned tuna and water for a while. Trader Joe's is having trouble keeping rice, pasta, organic olive oil, etc. in stock. Yeah. Oh, you legit don't know him, Bacon. Okay. Then I will actually answer you. I just didn't want to be, you know, autistic as you know, and take you literally, but you were legit asking a question. So, I'll answer that. So, DDJ, also known as Misandry Today, is a guy who basically infiltrated the MGTOW community, befriended one of the larger creators, stabbed him in the back, and then he started working with Anthony Dream Johnson at the 21 Con Artist thing. But that wasn't before he did hit pieces on Rich Cooper and Rolo, at the behest, of course, of ADJ. So that's the Cliff Notes version of who DDJ is. And I've many videos on DDJ. In fact, when you first come to my channel, if you've never been to my channel before, the one where he's at a feminist $15 an hour minimum wage convention where he was running to be a politician, that's him. And he's even more obese now than he was in that video. So there's your answer. Or I can put his goofy looking face on the screen because he looks like a thumb. By the way, in case you're wondering, Blob, if you look on Kiwi Farms, near smiling faces on Kiwi Farms. And one of the commenters actually said he looks like a thumb. Matter of fact, let me do y'all a favor. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Since I don't like that motherfucker, and he's a goofy looking guy who looks like a thumb. I'll put him on here. Let me just add this. Find the image. Just gotta find the right one. Now when I put up this picture, guys, I want you to hold up your thumb, and I want you to like look from left to right and compare the two, and see if you catch the resemblance. You find his dumb ass. I think, yep, that's it. That's the one. That's the one. And he knows where I got this from too. All right, there you go. Now hold up your thumb. Hold your hand up. Now imagine if your thumb had like some facial hair. And then there you have it. This is Blob Lewis, aka Misandry Today. And I'm still trying to figure out where his fucking neck is. Can't find that shit. Gotta go on like a fucking quest to find Blob Lewis's neck. But there you go. There's your answer. Yeah, I do have a meme of him with a Jack Murphy beard as well. But I'm sick of looking at this loser already, so he's gone. Get out of here. Fucking freak. Some people called him I said he looks like the Paul Blart, like a Mexican Paul Blart, you know, rent a cop guy, mall cop or whatever. uh, so Baron, I'll tell you, I'll give you a trade secret to trolling. You have to figure out what fucks with them the most, and then ruthlessly use that. All right, so which is everything with when it comes to DDJ, like pretty much everything. He the reason he was so secretive about himself was who he is, you know. And look, like if you're overweight or whatever, and you're like, hey, I'm overweight, I don't have a problem with it. But when you're like hiding behind an avatar, talking shit to people, right? And you're basically claiming to be this good looking guy that women can't keep their hands off of, then, yeah, I'm going to fuck with you. You know, and the guy's like 5'6", so he's technically a manlet. And again, I don't have a problem. I've been wanting to say this, actually. I've been wanting to say this for a while because people think I just hate on people. I don't. Like, if you're short, if you're technically a manlet, there's nothing, you know, you can't control that. You can't control your genetics. There are certain things you can control. You can control your weight. You can control your hygiene. But if you're born 5'6", you can't control that. But the reason why I hammer it in so hard is because this guy's ego is like through the roof. And I just like fucking blasted him. Any opportunity I get to knock him back down where he belongs. He's not a good person. That's the biggest thing. If he was just like, I am what I am, and he was a good person, I wouldn't talk shit to him or about him at all. But see, he's a bad person. Bacon says, in fairness, it's hard to keep your hands off something with that much gravitational pull. God bless. That is great, dude. That's fucking amazing. That's fucking amazing, bro. Yeah, I mean, look. So if you don't know my story, if you don't know the story, he lived with one of my friends on her property, her and her husband's property. And when he came, he was literally like, think about this, right? Think about the dimensions. He's 5'6", like 340 pounds. That's literally 3 inches shorter than me, 3.5 inches shorter than I am, and twice my weight. Like, how does that happen? And I've been depressed. Like, I've had many different things go on in my life. I've never turned into a blimp or a blob. I've always remained fairly thin. Yes. Yeah. You will learn. You will pick it up just by doing it. Once you figure out what someone's button is, You just push it. You just push that fucking button. You just keep pushing it. And it will drive them crazy, especially if you do it in creative ways. Yeah, so I've been through a lot of shit, but I've never let myself be like that. And he blames it on this knee injury. Now, I'll tell you a story about the whole knee thing. Now, there's another guy that was basically like on the verge of death that was with him at one point. They went to the VA. And the person's basically on the verge of death. And Blob was whining and crying, telling him this guy who almost had a heart attack. And he was whining and crying, saying he was walking too fast. And he was crying, my knee. Like, bitch. And he says he got a knee injury from like martial arts or some shit. Like, you don't know no fucking martial arts, bro. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know Rob. Yeah, I meme Rob. Yeah, I'm the guy who made the meme of Rob with the you're the meme of Rob with the Spartan helmet and the spear. I made that because Rob's a cool guy, man. And yeah, Rob is like 5'4", man, and he's still a pimp. Fucking Rob says is a pimp. And he wrote a great article about the good and the bad and the ugly of military service. If any of you guys are thinking about joining the military, I'd recommend you read that first. I can pretty much concur with everything he said. Like, I've had the same experiences. Even though I am proud of my service and everything like that, but, you know, it's not all, you know, the movies and stuff. Yeah. I used to be an adventurer, but I took an arrow to my knee. Yeah, it's like you don't get fat because you have a knee injury. You get fat because you fucking stuff your fucking face with everything you can get your hands on. That's how you become obese. Yeah, I know the masculine geek guys. I like to watch their Dungeons and Dragons streams. You know, guilty pleasure of watching their Dungeons and Dragons streams. You know, I'm a bit of a closet geek myself. Lowered expectations. You better be careful. Better be careful. Be very, very careful. I wish I was stuffing my face, dude. I fucking walked so many miles today and I ate like one meal and some protein bars to survive. I'm actually hungry now, but it's like 2:15 in the morning. So. Yeah, and like I said, I think I said earlier, like in a lot of my gun videos, I call myself Master LARPer and stuff, and that actually comes from I'm actually mocking DDJ who called like a bunch of people LARPers. Now, remember this dork, he's a felon, so he can't even own a gun. You know, but he acts like he knows all this stuff about firearms. Like, bitch, you don't know fuck all about firearms, dude. You can't even own one. In fact, I wonder if you're still carrying around your dad's revolver, because I might have to contact the authorities about that. You know, a felon with a gun. I won't, but I don't really like to go real life on people, quite honestly. Even though I don't like you, I wouldn't do that to you. Because personally, I think non-violent felons especially should be able to get their gun rights back. But you're still a piece of shit, though. Let's see. Vince and the gang are good dudes. I mod for Masculine Geek. Yeah, that's where I saw you originally, dude. I saw you in the chat. Let 'Em Burn. I need to catch that. I like me and Bull Rush have kind of not really talked for a while, but he's a cool guy. I like him. And Cappy he just completely acts like I don't exist, and I just still try it. I still attempt to tease him though. uh, he probably blocked me or something, or muted me, or he doesn't see my posts. But I actually like Cappy. Aaron Clary, for those of you who don't know him. Dr. James Denton says, all I care about these days is gas prices, inflation, trying to make money, and trying to put at least a little time into running drills with 22 long rifle to save money. Yeah, I got a decent supply of 22 long rifle. I haven't broke out my 22 in quite a while. I need to do that. I have a Glock for 22 long rifle and AR that does 22. Most drills are done with 22 long rifle, and 10 I finish off with like 10 to 20 rounds of actual 9mm and 5.56. They're so expensive, dude. 9mm and 5.56 are crushing me. Batman, I'll tell you what happens very slowly, then you realize you're a fat ass. I know. That's how it happened to me. Well, Fat Man, you're also a good person. So you could probably remedy that, but you're not here talking shit, acting like you are the shit either. You're pretty realistic about who you are. And so, I'm not talking about you when I make fun of that guy. Yeah. Rurb. He calls Rob Rurb. Baron, yeah, being blocked sucks, and making socks is like getting pretty deep. You're right, though. It's a fine line. Yeah, I don't want to fuck up with someone's real life. I just want people to know. These grifters, I just want people to know they're grifters. And people don't listen either. Like, some people you can lay out. Like, if you watch my DDJ stuff, I have a whole playlist. It's almost like building a court case, right? In fact, I probably could go to court with what I have and say, if he was ever like attempting to sue me for defamation or something along those lines, easily, because this is the truth. Like, you have to lie about somebody, for starters. I believe that's the whole thing. Lying to somebody, and I'm not lying. I'm backing everything I say up with proof, and I'm talking shit too, but it's pretty much all based on fact. Rurb is hosting the next Let 'Em Burn if you want to catch them, and I'll ask Cappy next time. He probably don't even know who the fuck I am. He doesn't care. I'm just one of those guys that tries to tease him, but he probably blocked me or muted me or something. It is what it is. It's all in good fun. Sam Bonnet says, these felons best stop messing with Rollo Tomasi, his family and friends. See, that's what I'm talking about, Sam. That's what pisses me off the most, probably. The whole story, as I know you're aware, but the whole story started with Anthony Dream Johnson of 21 Con Artists trying to game Rollo's daughter. And that's where this entire war came from. And it just escalated from there because the guy's butthurt because he failed, basically. And it's stupid. It's stupid that this war has been lasting for what? We're going on 4 years now, and Rollo hasn't even barely said anything about it, and Anthony Johnson has been attacking him constantly. Shinobi I want some guns, but then there's a few hoops to jump through to get one legally here in New Zealand. It's not really a priority for me to get one, so it's on the back burner. I hear New Zealand is pretty peaceful. There was that one guy that went crazy, but that's besides the point. Bacon. What up, man? Trying to set up this OBS thing. That's what I'm using right now. OBS is the shit. I use OBS if I'm just going to do a solo show like I'm doing now. And StreamYard if I'm going to do like a panel show. I could ideally use OBS for panel shows as well, but it's just more user-friendly to use StreamYard. Marin Yam says, as long as you're factual, it's rare that you get someone trying to drag you. My fools are so ruthless. I have to muster up the energy to keep up. They're relentlessly stupid, and I want a social life. Yeah, that's another thing you have to learn. Just go about your life. If you use facts, present them properly. That's what fucks people up the most, right? It's not. What's the old adage of like, don't try. I'm gonna paraphrase here, but it's something like, don't try to ruin my life with lies when I can ruin yours with the truth, or something. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. Sam Bada, you could go smoke with Jacinda to bypass the hoops. That's funny. Homeboy actually tried to pick up Rollo's daughter. Yes, and there are receipts, and not just coming from Rollo, but there's another guy that has good receipts that aren't doxing receipts, but they're kind of proving the point. And I would really like those, but again, I told Rollo straight up, I was like, this is your story to tell. Like, I would not make anything public unless you gave me permission. You know, if he's gonna, and it's up to him. If he wants to do it, he's gonna do it. But personally, I think he just needs to drop the nuke, finish this. Obviously, there will still be sycophants that will, follow that idiot no matter what he does, but people with sense are going to say, wait a minute, this guy is so pathetic. He's pathetic. I know what I can do. Okay. Fat Man says, but I am the shit. I gotta flush myself twice a day at least. How was that for a troll? Man, you need some work, buddy. Need some work. But I think you got the potential to be a really good troll if you wanted to. I see it in you, Fat Man. I see it in you. Shinobi won. Sambada. It's so crazy as we had thought that New Zealand was a safe haven of freedom. I'd always heard that. But the Koof thing kind of, the way they did with the Koof, I'm a little disappointed in them. The rational nuke. Yes, that would make me happy, because see, people believe all this bullshit that, number one, that Rollo betrayed and doxed people to this feminist reporter. It's not true. Not true at all. I have proved that already. And all you would have had to do is get on fucking Instagram. A lot of the guys that were speakers at that convention were publicly posting where they were at on Instagram. And you expect a reporter to not figure that out? We believe in the potential of awesome trolling. Yes, we believe. Oh, I need to do that. All right. Hang on. I hate to add more responsibility onto you, Sam, but you know, that's not like I stream that often. Yeah, it's so stupid. You can tell that Anthony Johnson's like a scorned girlfriend or something. At this point. If he it would be one thing if he came out with facts and was like, whatever. But he's not coming out with facts. He's basically he's taking poorly timed screenshots of Rolo putting a pink pussy hat on his head and saying, Rolo's, he's a cuck and this and that. Okay. But where's your basis for your statement? Like, there's no evidence. There's evidence for everything I'm saying about DDJ. And if there isn't, I say, well, I'm speculating. Like I tell you straight up. But there's evidence for everything I'm talking about. Building a court case. You would almost think that maybe like I used to work in the legal field. Because I did. Also, I can't tell if 21S wants to elevate or just be resigned to a Proud Boy knockoff. Okay, so I have gotten the feeling like he wants to get into politics. But basically, he's just a kiss ass that will, talk to anyone with a big audience that'll listen. So I remember when the Jack Murphy stuff was going on, he was all over. He was just like stroking off the Quartering. If you guys know who that is, Jeremy from the Quartering. He was just like stroking that guy off. Yeah, there you go. You have a live witness in Sam Bada right here. He was there. So, and that's why I take up these causes. DDJ in particular, fucked with people who are my friends, who I really like, stole from them, defamed them, lied, many different things. He misled many young men and still continues to lie and grift. And so my personal vendetta is on that guy. But 21 Con Artist is he's sort of like a secondary he's a secondary guy that I make fun of because why not? It's so easy. Like he doesn't realize, like he makes these videos and he does these community posts. He thinks he's coming off as like this like badass alpha chat or whatever, and he just comes off as like someone with some weirdo with Asperger's. Which is not which is kind of actually an insult to people with Asperger's, to be fair. But that's what he actually comes off of. It's like it's similar to like the expectation versus reality type memes. Like this is what he thinks he looks like, and this is what he actually looks like type of deal. Scorned ex-girlfriends are always fun. Not really. Not when they start stalking you and stuff. That's happened to me. Bacon. Honestly, it's suspicious, at least if you have to focus that much on people who you don't like, let alone naming yourself the Dream and the president of the Manosphere. See, that's Bacon. That's something that really is, I don't understand. Like, there are people who are like serious content creators, right? And he's particularly, Anthony Johnson is targeting the MGTOW community, trying to be buddy with them. And it's like, this guy put on a fucking red hat and calls himself the president of the Manosphere. Like, usually to be the president of something, you have to be elected or whatever, like, right? But nobody elected this guy because he's a freak. He's delusional. Yes, he suffers from something, some kind of mental issue that makes him highly delusional. Think of the money the liars, cons, and felons could make if they would focus that energy on business instead of destroying others. Yeah. Yeah, if they would just, yeah, put that energy into something else. But see, Sam, that takes work. And these guys don't want to work. That's the whole thing. Work is, they work harder at not working. Maybe we had soldiers like that. I remember, and they would always be in trouble. They would work harder at trying to get out of work instead of just doing the detail that they were supposed to do. And they come up with these like elaborate lies of why they couldn't do it. And of course we'd call it smoking a soldier. So basically making them do push-ups and various other exercises until they're exhausted. Yeah, if I was ever going to stalk someone, it would be someone with fewer guns than you. That's just common sense. Yeah. Yep. Having guns, knowing how to use them. And yeah, that's usually not a good idea. But hey, maybe there will be one black pill guy that finally, doxes me and is stupid enough to track me down. That will be on them if that's what they want to do. Maybe it was all mail-in ballots like the last election. Uh-oh. I don't want my stream to get taken down. Yeah, Rifle beat me to it. They're lazy. Yeah, pretty much. He suffers from chronic narcissism. Yes, but that's like a whole like group of narcissists though. Like I know to some degree people who put themselves on YouTube and stuff have like a little bit of narcissism, but we're talking like the personality disorder, not a little bit of like liking yourself, type of thing. My knee. You mentioned an article someone wrote about going into the military. Where can I read it? Let me see if I can find it. It's on Rob Says blog. I like helping people, so I'm going to try and see if I can pull this. I forget what he calls himself. His blog is Bacon. Do you know what his blog title is? Bacon might know. He's really good buddies with this guy. I almost want to do a stream about it myself. Because there were good things, there were bad things, and there were crappy things. I wouldn't, if I could do it all over again, I probably would. I would pick a different MOS, but robsays.net. Met. Okay. See if this. Yep, that's it. Now I just search for it. I will post this link to you, Kaiser, in just a moment. Because I met some really smart people. And I met some really fucking dumb people. There it is. Now it looks like it's multi-part, but I'll try to find part 1. I'll just give you part. All right, let me search for something else because I can't find the previous ones. But oh, there's fucking Bull Rush. What up? What up, man? We were talking about you earlier. I'm going to read more of his blog. We're looking at Rob Says blog here. There, where's part 1? It's part 2. Maybe he'll link the old one. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here, dude. I recommend reading more than just the blog that I'm going to send you. Because I concur with a lot of this stuff. Like, he does not like officers, and neither do I. Commissioned officers. There it is. I found it, part 1. All right. So let me find a way to link this to you, brother, and then we'll continue the show. Sorry to hold up the show. Can I get a... Am I having trouble with this? Must be... Sorry for the dead air, guys. I'm just trying to figure out how to... Ah, gotcha. Gotcha, bitch. I think this will do it. There you go. I think that'll do the trick, brother. And there's multiple parts, but that'll get you a start, Kaiser. All right. A guy I used to know in my late 20s reappeared in my life after many years since I had seen him. It was now that I realized how much of a narcissist he's always been, I cut him off. Yeah, that's the best way to do it, dude. I have either I just cut them off or I destroy them because I like bringing people like that down. They deserve it. They need to be knocked down a peg or two, you know. Just my personality. I can be an asshole sometimes. And like I said, the best times are when you're doing it with the truth. So, you know, these people think they're like a ninja bodybuilder millionaire, or they say it online anyways. And then you're exposed that they're just a fucking dork living in their mom's basement. One of them, literally, one of the guys I've covered, literally lives in his mom's basement and he makes his living off of taking care of his mother. But he acts like he's in his mid-50s and he acts like he's in a position to give young men advice about dating and shit. It's like, get the fuck out of here. And of course, he also claimed he was white Italian with a Scottish name. And it's like, no, you're not that. You're brown, sir. And there's nothing wrong with that, but just why do you lie about it? You know, that's what gets me when someone lies and they have no reason to lie. But if you think about it, it's just because the truth is too much for them. That's why they lie. Red pill actually helped me more than I realized. Yeah. Well, see, people have the wrong idea about what the red pill actually is. The black pill guys seem to misunderstand it. Obviously, people who are outside of the red pill misunderstand it. They think it's something that it's not. It's simply the truth. People will put their own spin on what they think that it is, but it's nothing more than the truth, as opposed to a blue pill fantasy. That's it. You know, I had inkling, like, before I joined this community or became a part of this praxeology, I had inklings and suspicions of certain things, and then something bad happened to me. I had trauma. I searched for answers. And then a lot of the stuff that I had suspected were true, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't entirely sure. I read Rollo Tomasi's book, The Rational Male. And then I was like, this answers a lot of the questions I had. I noticed these different things and wow, you know, this is great. But see, people who criticize Rollo Tomasi never read his fucking book, haven't paid attention to his streams, don't listen to what he says. They pick these little nitpicky instances, or they'll take a screenshot of him making a funny face, you know, and putting pink pussy hats on his head and putting it on their community tab. They're not attacking the argument. And remember, one of these people that does exactly what I just said used to be all up in his ass about how great he was, and let's sell the Rational Male books and blah, blah, blah. But as soon as you try to game the man's daughter and fail, yeah, let's attack the shit out of this guy. Brilliant. I forget streamer mode is on. Okay, no. I thought somebody messaged me. Okay. We good, homies. So I was about to ask something before we went on like a tangent, which is fine because we went on a very good tangent. But some of you guys that weren't here earlier, like I said, is there any kind of content you want me to make that I haven't made yet, or just stuff that you particularly enjoy that haven't done much of? We definitely got the answer of guns. That's happening. There's no way I couldn't do guns. Yeah, guns are like a part of my body at this point. Someone wants me to help them work on like a film or documentary. That's happening. I will definitely help this guy out because that's what I like to do. I like to help people. Even though oftentimes it's at my own expense, it's just who I am. Let me scroll up in the chat here. Yes, Venom, please read that. Bacon says, that's why I made the point about the guy I brought up earlier, pathological liars. Sometimes I don't think they can help it. Some people are mentally ill. And that's just how it is. They need treatment. The problem is they refuse treatment. See, the narcissistic personality thinks that they're perfect. And so why the hell would I need treatment? Why the hell would I need psychotherapy or medicine or anything like that? I'm perfect. There's nothing, I did nothing wrong. You know, that type of shit. You got any fast casual restaurants to review on the channel? Asking for a friend. Yeah, I probably could. Actually, I do want to review something. I almost want to cut my camera on to show you guys, but yes, I have something to talk about. Yay. Hang on, let me catch up with it. See what people are saying in chat. Yikes. You're confused on how someone can be red pilled and not a MGTOW. I don't understand why you're confused about that. Not everybody wants to live the fucking MGTOW lifestyle. Being red pilled simply means knowing the truth. It doesn't mean you have to subscribe to someone's lifestyle, dude. And I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, but this is where me and some of the more like hardcore MGTOW people have issues. I told you I'm a friend of MGTOW on this stream, on this channel. But I don't need somebody telling me how to live my fucking life. I take issue with that. Or I don't need the darker side of MGTOW saying, well, if you're not a MGTOW, you're a simp. Like, yeah, fuck you. Not saying that to you, Ghost. I'm just saying, like, in general, by the way. I don't want you to think I'm sitting here cussing you out. I'm not. But I'm cussing out the mentality of the more hardcore people. Now, if you're just genuinely, like, confused, that's another thing. Well, I never said anything about getting married, by the way. I have never at any point said I'm gonna get married, Ghost MGTOW. See, sometimes it's what you don't say. Because I'm fully aware of, believe me, remember how I told you I worked in the legal field? Part of getting my education in the legal field, I had to take a family law class. So, yeah, I know what the literature says about that. No, okay, that's what I thought, and that's what I thought, Ghost. That's actually what I thought. You were just inquiring. And like I said, just understand I wasn't directing that at you. I was just in general for the people, because some people act, again, they'll act like if you aren't a MGTOW guy, and if you don't subscribe to their philosophy that you're a simp and blah, 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 you're blue pill, whatever. I assure you I'm not blue pill at all. But I know some people who claim to be MGTOW who are quite blue pill, or at least you could say they're purple pill at best. No, not all MGTOWs are bunk. That's also true. That's another where people on the other end. Sorry, I'm gonna tape up my webcam here. So if you hear tape, that's what it is. Because I'm not a very trusting guy when it comes to people hacking my computer. Okay, there we go. Anyways, yeah, that's another thing. People confuse MGTOW with monk mode on the opposite end. Or some people confuse MGTOW with people being incels, like they can't get laid. Which there's some truth to the new age, like guys that came to the MGTOW community later on. They were actually incels in disguise. And if anyone was in Turd Flinging Monkeys Discord server, you would see what happened to the server. I was a mod there, in case you didn't know, Ghost. And believe it, yeah, they didn't hate me. They knew I wasn't a MGTOW, but they made me a mod anyways. Just, they knew I was just a red pill guy. So, and actually, this mic that I'm talking to you on, guess you want to know who bought this mic? Turd Flinging fucking Monkey bought this mic that I'm speaking to you with. Because I would come on the show on occasion, or I would mod, and he bought it for me. So I'm always grateful for people who do acts of kindness when they didn't have to. Oh, Sam, you're too kind. You're too kind, man. Way too kind. I appreciate it. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was gonna yeah, so I would love to turn the camera on, but I'm like wrapped up in a blanket and shit. Like my roommate likes to make it freezing ass cold in here. But so I got this box. You guys may or may not have heard of this, but it's called Sakurako. And basically it's a box. They ship it from Japan, and they put snacks in there. And these snacks are always local to whatever prefecture. So, and the one I'm holding in my hand, I ate pretty much everything. I have everything but this one bag of tea. But this was the Taste of Hokkaido box. And some of the snacks I thought were good, and others were it is what it is. And it comes with like these books, and it tells you everything about the culture. It's really cool. Tells you about the different dishes, the culture of the prefecture that it came from. And of course, it's got some health information. And what I'll tell you, one thing I noticed is like some of these are like cookies, or they call them biscuits. For those of you who are not Americans, they're fucking cookies. They ain't biscuits. You ain't had biscuits until you've had biscuits and gravy. Biscuits and sausage gravy. That is a southern, where I grew up, you could say it's southern adjacent. So we had biscuits and gravy. I come from an Appalachian family. Oh man, you fucking foreigners you haven't lived until you've had American biscuits and gravy. But I'm digressing. So they're biscuits or cookies or whatever you want to call them. And the one thing I notice about them is like, if you bite into an American cookie, it's like sugar, overwhelming sugar. Like with this, it was kind of sweet, but it wasn't like, overpowering. It was like, there's a little sweetness here, but this is good. And I actually found that refreshing, because I'm trying to do better, diet wise. So I like that. And there's all kinds of stuff, interesting stuff. So they use like a sweet bean paste on some of these. Some of these, and that was tasty. It was different though, because I'm when I eat any kind of food, I meant to make chili today. Damn, forgot. But when I eat something that has beans in it, I expect a different flavor. But this was actually sweet. Like it was interesting. It was different. Takes some time to get used to the texture. Ooh, yes, bourbon. I knew I liked you, Bacon. I am a bourbon man. Give me some Angel's Envy. Give me what's my other favorite? It's on the same tier as Angel's Envy, but what's it called? Fuck. It'll come to me. Can't believe I can't even remember the name of my Basil Hayden. Fucking A. I haven't had Basil Hayden in so long. Yeah. Digressing again. I can't stay on topic. Yeah, the simp thing. I'll get into that for a second. See, the thing, being a simp is like the reality is being a kiss ass or doing stuff that you probably shouldn't do and expecting a reward from a female. That's what I see as simp as. It's not like, but see the more hardcore MGTOW guys. Well, oh, you're talking to a woman, so you're a simp. Like, no, that's not how it works to a guy. Or even if you're being nice. Now, there's levels to this shit. So, you can be kind to another human being and expect nothing in return. But if you like being nice, as in the nice guys that I'm talking about, the ones that usually have like charges against them or that freak out because the girl's not interested. But I was nice. Those are the problem, guys. Yeah, it got me distracted from my Sakura Code review. Maybe I'll turn the camera on and do that. Maybe I'll make a video about it. Nemesis is a female sympathizer. Ban him. I'll make Nemesis a fucking mod. How about that? How about that, motherfucker? Yeah. I'm gonna give Nemesis a blue name. Yeah, Basil Hayden is good. Well, Bacon, it's kind of like, how I don't know if you would know this, but my favorite guns are CZ, like as in the CZ75. And people give CZ shade all the time, but what actually it is envy, because CZ is a superior product. But but it always gets shade from the Glock guys, and it gets shade from the H&K guys, and all this stuff. They just jelly. That's all. That's what it is, man. That's all it is. Nemesis Daystar. Yeah, I gotta start watching your stuff. CZ See, Bull Rush knows. Fucking Bull Rush knows what's up. I'm also a CZ collector. I'm super excited. Now we got me talking about guns, motherfuckers. Super excited for this new Scorpion. So they had the Scorpion Evo 3 or whatever, and it had these flaws. I mean, it was fucking the one CZ product that I just didn't like. And now they revised it, and it is back. It is awesome. I forget what they're calling it. But let me. I can actually answer that. Give me just a second. Pull up, motherfucker. So it is called, I think they're just calling it the Scorpion 3 Plus. But let me make sure. But they fixed every problem. They fixed the pistol grip because the pistol grip used to be shit. They fixed the sights. It looks like it just looks like a, yeah, it's literally called the Scorpion, CZ Scorpion 3 Plus. And it is far sexier than the old model. I'm gonna have to end the stream and never mind. Yeah, you're welcome, Nemesis. You're welcome, brother. You're a good dude, so I trust you, so I know you will wield the wrench well. Damn it, I was trying to revere this Sakura code, but you got me talking about guns, dudes. Now all I can think about is buying more CZs. Another gun I really want is the CZ Bren 2, BREN. And it's basically, it's a lot like my ACR, the adaptive combat rifle, but better. And if you want to know what the ACR is, look at my channel. There's like any of my gun videos where you see me holding a rifle, that's my Bushmaster ACR, adaptive combat rifle. It looks kind of futury, but it has some flaws that need to be worked on for sure. Which is other exciting news. Bushmaster is back. I thought Bushmaster was donezo, but it's not. They're coming back to bringing back all their guns. The ACR is coming back, although the quality control on the recently made ACRs were shit before they disappeared. But I'm excited for Bushy. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, the Bushmaster ACR and the military version was made by Remington. Obviously, Remington doesn't exist anymore, really. They're totally different now. Bushmaster's coming back. I forget, there's a, who bought them? See, a lot of people don't know what's going on in the gun community. So, I'll tell you something you didn't know. Guess who bought Colt firearms? Used to be America's fucking gun company, man. Colt. CZ fucking bought their ass. How you like them apples? Talk that shit about CZ now, motherfuckers. So what is it? The guys that make the Franklin Armory, I think, bought Bushmaster. I want to say. Let me look up. Now I'm curious. Now I have to look that up, guys. Let's see. Okay. Yep. Franklin Armory. Franklin Armory now owns Bushmaster, and CZ now owns Colt. What's up now, bitches? Yeah, I want to post more shooting videos. I gotta get out. I gotta get out there and do it. I'm itching to get out to the range. If you haven't seen, I do. I'm well trained, very well trained in firearms. It's been a part of my job, and it's been a hobby for me for a long time. If you haven't, if you want to see, speaking of triggers, Franklin Armory is actually known for triggers, and they have a binary trigger. Now, if you want to see one of my triggers in action, I'm actually using a Fostech Echo. I have a video on my channel called The Trigger Machine, the real trigger machine, and that's the Fostech Echo in action. My trigger finger is good, but it ain't that fast. I'm having a little bit of help in that video. I'm just being honest. People might think that I'm just fast, that I'm just that fast, or that I'm bump firing. I'm not. I'm not bump firing either. But yeah, that's fun, but it's expensive because it's a mag dump. You know, that's 30 rounds. That's a lot of money right now. 30 rounds of 5.56 doesn't come cheap. Oh boy, and I think we're all in danger of going poor the way things are going. Shit, gas is almost like $5 a gallon, man. Fuck up. Ugh. Fired up. Fired up. Yeah, I definitely want to get back into the gun content, guys. I almost want to do, you can't live stream. As I've mentioned before, I cannot live stream anything gun related, unfortunately. But I wouldn't mind doing collab videos with people. I used to do, this is a little known fact. A lot of the MGTOW guys from Turd Flinging Monkeys server knew this, but I used to do a Twitch stream called The Gun Show, where I would talk about guns, different things, and I'd have a co-host sometimes. So that was always good. Having a co-host is nice, especially when you're like good friends. Yeah, it's at least gonna stay that way for a good while. Yes, which is unfortunate. But damn, I usually start dying at like 2 hours, but this is gone, gentlemen, and you know, if there are any ladies hiding in the audience, we've gone for 3.5 fucking hours. That's some crazy shit there. Like I said, I usually burn out at 2. I'm just like, oh, dead. It's a little easier when you're not on camera too, though. So like, if I'm doing a stream where I'm on camera, 2 hours is where I start getting mental fatigue. But all right. Let me just chill for some super chats. I don't know. People do keep telling me that I need to, like, put up a StreamYard link, or I don't know any of that shit, like, for donations or whatever. This is definitely getting towards one of my longest streams ever, Nemesis. And that's just, you know, like I said, I was not planning on, this is like 10 times the length that I was expecting to do it for. But it's a pleasant surprise. It's not a bad thing at all. Yeah, I'd say this is getting towards one of my longest streams. Maybe there might be one that's like 4 hours. But when you have good company, you know, let me check. Let me just, let's see. Because like when me and APOC talk, you know, I don't know if you guys have seen that, but when me and APOC talk, it can stretch on for a long time. Okay, so I have one that's almost exactly 4 hours. That's the longest one I've done. And we're getting close to that. And I don't even have like a guest or anything. Like, this is just me talking to you wonderful chatters. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you've enjoyed this show because I've been out of practice. Like I was talking about when I did the gun show, like I could just stream, dude. I didn't need the co-host, but it was awesome to have him every time. I enjoyed it, loved it because he's a good friend of mine in real life. And infamous rifle ASMR. I know, right? Like that's where all the money is on YouTube anymore. So let's do some ASMR. I'll make weird sounds and whisper to you guys. You can fall asleep. I always thought, like, I don't think I have the voice for that. I think you got to have a particular type of voice to do well in that sector. But maybe I'll just become a shill and try it anyways. But yes. Oh yeah, that's actually a good idea. Just I'll serenade you, like put you to sleep with gunshot sounds. That'll be it. Not my voice. My voice ain't good enough for that. But it'd be like who's seen the Scary Movie, where there's a scene where the one of the Wayans brothers, he's having trouble sleeping, so he turns on the sounds of the city, where it's like people screaming and gunshots and police sirens and shit. Oh shit. Yeah. You weren't here, Kaiser, but I am going to be doing sort of like an AR versus AK video, and I am going to break the weapons down. I am going to disassemble and reassemble them. I do actually have that on my hard drive, but here's the problem. See, I was in the middle of like a 6-day fast of like not eating anything, and so my brain wasn't working pretty much. So I wasn't able to communicate properly because I was like starved. So I'm probably gonna look at those, probably delete them and redo all that, because that's how long I've been wanting to do the AR versus AK video. Oh yeah, Bacon knows the scene. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I love the Scary Movie spoofs. The spoofs were fucking hilarious. I appreciate that, Sam. I try, and on other shows that I've been on, I've tried to talk to younger guys and help them. There are a lot of voices out there who say they're trying to help younger guys and help guide them and stuff like that, and a lot of them are toxic. That's just. Yeah, thanks, Fat Man. I appreciate that. I thought you were getting ready to take off. I thought it was bedtime for you. So, good to see you're still here and enjoying the stream. But yeah, I really wish that that I could stream with guns on YouTube, but it is what it is. I actually did do a stream on my old Twitch not too long ago, because a guy who was a big fan of my gun shows would come to like every one. He passed away. I'm not sure what he passed away of, but there was a GoFundMe for him and stuff like that. So I did a stream trying to put that information out there for his family, to pay for the burial and stuff like that. So. Yeah. It still bothers me. I have trouble when people pass away, especially good people. it seems like the good people always pass away very, very early, way before their time, and the shitbags just seem to, linger forever. So, I guess maybe this is a good time to stream because some people might have trouble sleeping or have a little bit of insomnia or whatever, and they need somebody to watch, somebody to serenade them to sleep with the voice of a man. Tucson. Now, that's someone I don't know, but I'll have to look into him. I'm always learning something. Yeah, I like to put out content that, like, I could put out the typical red pill stuff where it's like, women are doing this and women off TikTok, and there's nothing wrong with that content. Don't get me wrong. Some people do it very, very well, way better than I could ever fucking do it. But I'd rather do thought-provoking stuff. Now, I'm pretty well known for my exposure videos too. I mean, but yeah, I like to think I do pretty good on those. I got better with time, but I prefer to do content that makes people think about their own futures, their lives. So, that's me. I let other people do good at the guy that goes by Tucson Razorbacks. Okay. Nipple tassel stream. Yeah, let me make a TikTok or something. Is that what the people are doing anymore? Doing that on TikTok? I don't know. I mean, I'm on the internet, but I don't know what all the trends are. I don't keep up with them. Lost my train of thought again. Yeah, but that's always been my goal. So eventually I'm going to, cut down on the exposure, expose them, type of stuff. And focus more on the thought-provoking stuff. Maybe some nipple tassel streams, like Bull Rush is saying. But yeah, that's the goal. My problem is, if you got here late and didn't hear me say this earlier, I'll repeat it again. So basically, my problem is sometimes I'll have a lot of material on my hard drive put together, but I don't know how to get the information from my brain to the computer in a way that someone watching it would understand. So I struggle with that at times. And so I have several projects on my hard drive just waiting for me to figure out how to go about it. Yeah, TFM is a stickler for his show. And Shogun's a good dude. I need to talk with him again soon. But yeah, I used to do that. I used to stream of myself cleaning a gun. If I didn't have a specific topic, I would just have a viewer stream of my gun shows, and I'd just be taking that time to clean one of my weapons or multiple weapons. You sound like a non-old Clint Eastwood. Well, I'm starting to lose my voice too. ASMR approved. Starting to lose my voice. I've been talking so much. But I appreciate that. I'll take that as a compliment because Clint Eastwood is a bad motherfucker. Big fan. Gran Torino is one of my favorite movies. It's a little cheesy, but, still a good movie. Yeah, it's not uncommon for people to put out false information about themselves. And that's one thing. If you're worried about being doxxed, people do that. I just don't tell people. I only tell people what I'm, willing to risk. And I've always said, if I get doxxed, I'm not even concerned for myself. It would be annoying if people started harassing my family, and then I'd have to take care of some business. But me, I'm not worried about. I'm everything that I say that I am. So, no, that's the people that are really concerned about getting doxxed are usually people that have something to hide, like they're not who they say they are. So that's why it's always so damaging when people do find out who they are. Yes, Nemi is definitely in Mexico, but he likes the U.S. We will claim Nemesis here in the United States. Gran Torino did have quite the ending, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of subverts your expectations. Clint Eastwood has to, he knows he's old. He used to play the badass in his movies, but you get older, man. That's just how it goes. Well, shit. Hope nobody finds out that I'm not a can of chew. You are one talented can of chew, though. Like what happened with that guy. When old Sydney was nothing that he claimed to be. But even when these guys get exposed, their sycophants will still follow them. They'll still make excuses for them. There will still always be some people that do that. Yeah. Well, and also like in the old days of the internet, you would go by. People weren't as worried about being doxxed in the old days of the internet. It was just something you did. You created a handle, and that was like, even if somebody knew your name or everything like that, they'd still call you by your handle, whatever your online handle was. It's a cultural thing. That's why I don't understand when people don't put the real name out there. Yes, at times it could be with the intent to scam people, but a lot of times it's just internet culture. I thought they knew who you were, though, Bacon. I thought you were kind of like one of the guys. You know what I mean? But you're right. I haven't seen you in Rolo's chat in forever. Ah, interesting. Mexico will be safer than the U.S. by 2025, right? I think that's maybe why I got a wrench in I'm a mod in Rolo's channel, is like, because I say smart ass shit, and maybe someone will block me or ban me, because it'll come off like a fucking troll. But plus, I think Rolo does to some degree trust me. And I trust Rolo because he knows what I do for a living. So. I don't think people would be surprised if they knew what I did for a living either. Yep. I wonder if I wish there was a way to I guess that's almost like the NFT thing. Yes, you got me. I catch dogs. I'm a dog catcher. Yeah, there's bacon. Like I said, I thought you were one of the dudes, man. Like I never would have expected you to say you got fucking hidden. Yeah, come back. Return. But yeah, there are like people that get in there to just talk shit or disrupt, and some of the mods are trigger happy. I'm a very free speech kind of guy, so I'll ban somebody if they're just there to disrupt, but I don't generally don't ban anybody. If you have a grievance that is that you can articulate well enough and why and everything, and you're not just there to cause chaos or disrupt shit, then you should be able to express, your grievance. That's my opinion of how I like to moderate. So I think I'm gonna intentionally beat my longest stream on purpose. So. I know, imagine that, like Mexico being safer than the US despite being ran by the cartel. I mean, I guess you could almost say we have our own cartel, but here in the US, so we're not really in any position to speak. If time would allow, I'd move there, but time is almost up to make the move. I get what you're saying, Sam. For me, I'm just gonna go down with the ship. So, fuck it, we'll do it live. I will. Plus, I still talk to him when he's on Masculine Geek. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, man, I don't want it to just be a picture. Me, let me just put some random stuff on the screen so people will have some, and people like stuff that moves, sort of catches their attention. So it's a typical move of mine. Yeah. Yep. There was some stuff I could put up that was probably not safe for YouTube. Guys, how's the connection? It says I have an excellent connection, but everything sound good and all that stuff. I've one viewer reached out to me and asked me about that. So I'm pretty sure you guys hear me just fine. Ah, yes, that is a very technical response. I like it. Connection is functioning within normal parameters. 5 by 5 sounds great. Okay, good. That's just the that viewer's connection is bad. So what? Let me just advise them to maybe try and turn the quality down. Maybe that'll fix it. Sometimes signal is bad, you know. I do wish I had a better voice because I'd probably try to get into like voice acting or I try to do what Sam does and narrate books. I don't know what that one person was talking about. There's someone who complained about Sam's work, saying he sounds angry, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The old VU meter is a great touch. All future narrations are being recorded on old school equipment from the 1940s. Your voice sounds way better than mine. Well, I don't know. I don't think I've heard you actually speak, Nemesis, but I could be mistaken. Gotta love the seemingly inexhaustible supply of "I did that" stickers all over these days, despite the reason behind them. Yeah, that shit's actually pretty damn funny. I saw that one place they put so many stickers on the gas pump that the staff eventually just gave up. Just, fuck it, we're just gonna leave it on there. Like, yeah, you should. You should, motherfucker. You know, Nemesis, though, to be fair, most people say that. Most people say they don't like their own voice. I'm kind of doing the same. I'm not saying my voice is bad, but I don't know if I'd be cut out for voice acting. Something I wouldn't mind doing. It would be fun, you know. Yeah, I thought about actually trying it and maybe like making a Fiverr account and trying different, I can do different accents and not super good. I'd need more practice, but I can do them. Like, I can do the Appalachian accent, but I've been around that my whole life. And hell, even at this point, I've been around it so long that I do it without trying to do it because, if you sit around, if I was to move to like Wisconsin right now and live there for like 15 years, I'd probably start talking like those fools. And I grew up in a different part of the Midwest, and I had actually, I would say, pretty much had no accent, and that's not the case anymore. When I even hear myself when I'm speaking, I'm like, shit, you're starting to speak in Appalachian English at this point. I think it has more with how you speak than your voice yourself. Why else would people listen to me talk for 8 hours straight? Yeah, yeah, true. Can you be entertaining? See, yes. I'm surprised. Like I said, I'm surprised you guys are still here because, you know, admittedly, I'm often boring unless I'm trolling somebody or, talking about something, like guns. I definitely enjoy that, and I think other people enjoy that. I like to teach people, um, and that comes from Father's Day is past, but my dad never really liked to teach me stuff. It was like a hassle to directly teach me something. My dad would treat it like it was hassle, and I know where he got it from because he got it from his dad. His dad was like that. But for myself, I like to teach people. Probably because of that. And people are like, man, they'll say something like, "Oh, I hate to be a bother or a problem for you." And I'm like, no, you don't bother me at all. I enjoy it. But I'd never want to be like a teacher. Like, fuck that shit. Whatever you want to do, give it a shot. There's nothing worse in life than the regret. That's very true. Do it. I agree. Nemesis, you are on point. Ruffle, what the fuck? You got a nice, calm, soothing voice. Don't insult yourself. I know who can teach you to get the girls bull rush. I know exactly who can teach you. Aaron Cleary will teach you how to get the girls. The girls. Bacon says, I do know my voice and syntax are highly susceptible to picking up cues from people I listen to. Doesn't bother me much. It doesn't bother me either. But I'm stubborn and resistant to a lot of things. It takes time to wear me down. Can you do a British accent? Not very good. Now, I used to do that to mock a friend of mine who's appeared on this channel. And I would do that to mock the shit out of him. It actually had a lot of fun doing it. But I would say my British accent kind of sucks. And I would do it, I can't do it like and be serious. I have to do it and like be goofing off and making fun of that person. My voice acting coach has a lot of free content online. Pat Fraley. I will look that up because like I said, I'm very interested. I've always been interested in that field of work. I think also I have a problem with controlling my breathing well enough to do it as well. So I'm tempted to like breathe in at the wrong time, and my mic picks it up really good. I've listened to myself, like I've actually went back on Audacity and cut out like little parts where I would pause or I would exhale and it would just, I've cut it out. And that's if I just get autistic with it. Sometimes I just don't give a shit. So I'm like, fuck it. Flaws and all, uploading it, done. But, if I was getting paid, if it was a professional thing, obviously I would clean everything up. Nemesis. That's why I almost never pass up an invitation to a chick's house. Right? Right, sir. I've had to before, though. Only because that girl was too drunk. And she was a nurse. So, that's a negative strike on her. No, I mean, she was hot, though. I mean, I will say she was hot. But she was too drunk, and I'm not going to do that. Not me. Not now, not never. I like this, Got a good group of dudes in here just fucking shooting the shit. I mean, that's kind of what it feels like. It doesn't almost really, at this point, feel like I'm doing a live stream. It feels like we're all just kind of like in here shooting the shit. Which is cool. I don't know who all does Discord in here, but I do have a Discord, and it has been neglected. A lot of people don't talk in there. But if you're interested, I may send you all a link. I am not on StreamYard. I am just using OBS. However, if you wanted to come on Bull Rush, I'd hop in my Discord. I know you're in there. So yeah. We could do that if you wanted to hop in for a few. But yes, to those of you who are not in my Discord, I do have one. You're welcome to join. I think Fat Man's in there. Nemi's not in there, but I can send him a link. I don't think Nemesis is in here. Let me look. No, I didn't. No, Nemesis is in here. You're using the okay, you're using a different profile picture, but Nemesis is in here. Bull Rush is in here. Fat Man, I think, is in here unless he left. Yeah, no, Fat Man's in here. Yeah, I figured as much. Pat Fraley and Scott Brick helped me rebuild my abilities after the accident. I was still in 24/7 inpatient care in the early part of narrating Rollo Tomasi's first Rational Mail book. Ah, wow. See, I thought the accident happened after that book came out. Okay, that's interesting. So I didn't even notice that. I mean, your voice was great the whole time. Jump in with both feet and a lot of noise like I did. Training does help though. Here, if any of you guys want to join in Discord, I will join in the general voice chat. So whoever wants to come in is welcome. For those of you who are in my server. There's Venom in there. I don't know if Kaiser Venom's in here. Oh, there's Bull Rush. However, he is not speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you. Yep. Chat, make sure you, if you hear Bull Rush, tell me. Make sure you should be able to hear Bull Rush, but I mean, let's just make sure. Speak again, dude. Oh, yep. There you go. Yeah. Alright. Hey, Cypher's fucking basement. What did I had a good nickname for him. He was like Homeless Jesus or something like that. Funny guy. Cypher's basement is a funny dude. Good to see you, man. It's like 4 in the morning here, man. Shit. We have gone past we've pushed past our limits and went past the longest stream I've ever done. Yeah, some people like it cold. Some people like it cold. That's all I'll say. I tested out OBS. Turns out either my equipment sucks or my internet connection sucks. Yeah, it could be your computer. It could be your internet because Shinobi 1, because OBS.
They're both.
Yeah, OBS is kind of intensive depending on what you're doing with it on your CPU. So you just may need more powerful hardware. Hey man, Cypher, is good to see you no matter what, man. You're, like I said, you're a funny guy. I lost track of you for a while, but when you used to hang out with somebody that we mutually know. But it's good to see you back. Lucky this time it didn't melt my laptop. Yeah. I say get a desktop if you can afford one, Shinobi. I mean, these days everything's expensive. But it's like Bull Rush. Bull Rush is running his like camera or something. Are you trying to figure
I was
something
trying to
out?
run it.
Yeah. Okay. No, I don't see anything.
Well, so
Maybe I'll subject you guys to Bull Rush. What do you think of that? Let me see here.
idea. Project
s-
them to me. Shit.
Let's see. Let me see if I can.
They need to find out anyway.
They need they better call somebody. Let's see here. What? I don't know. Because I don't want to necessarily expose this. Yeah. I don't really want to do that. Hang on a sec. Gents. All right. Sorry, a second. We are back. Vince. I'm in a bunch of Discord servers. I just realized that. I was just watching my own playback. So.
Saying you're a Discord slut?
I am a Discord slut. I can't help it. Yeah, I'm in a ton of servers, and most of them I'm not even active in. So, just in case you guys want to do some gay ops, you've probably seen who was in my server and all that. Who cares? They're not a surprise. But yep. Okay. I wanted to see if I was testing something. So I'm back. We are back. We're doing it live. Let me catch up with chat. Going to bed. Yes, that sounds good, Kaiser. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stay awake, but we're here. Fact, people complain a lot. Enjoy when bulls rush them. People that complain a lot enjoy when bulls. Okay, I read that wrong. Funny. It's odd that we don't actually share a server. It is. I thought you were in Tico Trends server or Wind server. I thought you would be in there. But I'm in there under my original name, not my so yes, but a lot of people don't know my old name. It's easy to find, but if someone wanted to gay op, I mean, they're not going to find anything. But my lone wolf name, that's why people call me Wolf. That's what I use on my main Discord, and I'm in another one under this name. So yeah. Yeah, you should be in the Gentleman's Club server, Cypher. So we're in there. I'm in there. I'm just under my Lone Wolf name. Lone Wolf ACR, which is for my rifle, my adaptive combat rifle. Yeah, you won't see me. You'll see that name with a wolf head on it. I do have an Infamous Rifle Discord name, but I use that for another group of servers. But yes, we do share a server. Are we in? I don't know. What's your server, Shinobi One? Yes, you just messaged me, Cypher. Man, I'd like to figure out a way to put Bull Rush on the screen without gay-opping all my fucking servers.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know OBS well enough to fucking do it. So
I don't mess with OBS.
OBS is awesome. It's very customizable. The problem is you gotta learn as you go, I guess. Yeah.
I follow the KISS method.
And keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. Usually I try, but I also like, I don't know. I like to customize shit. It has a lot of potential. I get stuck on stuff like that. Like I was saying, I have videos I want to do, but I got to learn a piece of software and put a lot of work into it. So that's my problem.
Hear you.
Yerp.
I get the goddamn edge on this SE, right?
You still doing the Razer thing?
Yeah. On hiatus right now, though.
Ah,
Moving.
no, I know how that is. I've done that many times. Many a times.
So once I get moved in my new place, we'll get everything up and running.
Sweet. Praying for more time. Soon no crash markets, bank holiday, and power grid down, etc. Ah, yes. Fun times. Fun times. Well, I hope everybody has some food saved up. Enough to last at least 3 months is what I will always recommend. At the very least 3 months. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Americans are gonna suffer. I've said this countless times that Americans are victims of our own success, and that we've gotten lazy. We don't want to work. How the innovations we've made have just been so that we don't have to work, so that things are easy. And if shit does hit the fan, a lot of people ain't gonna make it.
Yeah, people. I think that's partially what it is. People have too much time to twirl their goddamn thumbs around. Don't have to do anything hard anymore. So
That's like,
you find shit to complain about.
yep. Oh yeah, that's it. They're just looking for something to bitch about. Yep. Well, I mean, we have wildlife here and stuff like that. I could always hunt, or people. I'm fortunate enough to live in a rural area where people still grow their own food and stuff like that. So I could barter. If I ran out of my own food, I'd certainly barter and work with people. I don't know how much. I mean, people would be pissed, if all that happened, but people here would have a much better chance of, getting on with life than, city folks. That's for damn sure.
They're gonna eat each other.
Yeah. Especially the big cities, man. I do recall doing a gun show about this topic. So if all this stuff that you're talking about happens, it'll take time for people to actually realize, like, this is not coming back. They'll burn through whatever food's in the city, and then all hell will fucking break loose.
And they're gonna whoever
The survivors
survives that
Mhm.
is gonna migrate out to the rural area,
Yep.
the urban, suburban area,
Yep.
and migrate further out to the rural areas.
Yep. And they're not gonna. By the time they get to the rural areas, they're not gonna have a good time. If they want to steal or raid or anything like that, they won't. They won't have a good time when they make it to where I'm at.
Nope.
I have a nice welcoming party for them, though.
There you go. What you got to do?
Yes, sir.
I'll probably come find you because I want to try out some of those CZs you got.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got I only really need one, so I could learn you one of them.
My EDC is a CZ P10C, so
Ah, the P10. That's on the list. I'm more of a hammer fired kind of guy, but you know,
Yeah.
they got to complete the collection by getting that P10.
Yeah.
You know. Have a good night, Cypher. Take care, buddy. Yep. Let's see. What are the next on my list though? Isn't the P10? It's actually the PO7.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I have the PO9, but I think the PO9 is just too big for. I mean, I don't have small hands, but like the PO9 seems like it's a gun for someone with big hands, which ain't me. I don't have small hands, but I don't have big hands. I just got my average guy hands. You know, it just feels like it's too big of a gun. So the PO7 would fit perfectly because my carry gun is the exact same size.
Oh. Yep. And fitment is a big deal.
Don't really need it, but it's I'm a collector, man. What can I say? I have a problem. I have a CZ problem.
It'd be worse. You could have a Glock problem.
Yes, that would be bad. That would be bad. I'd be like everybody else. Like everybody talks to you about almost anybody. I'm a Glock man. Like, all right, you and everybody else.
I mean, Glock's fine. It's just,
No, Glock's good. I've said that. I said that earlier before you got here. I actually respect Glock.
I mean, they're reliable as shit. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like me personally, I shoot the CZs better.
Yes. I owned a Glock 19. I actually really like the gun. It's just there's something about the way it's designed.
Yeah, there's something weird about it.
And it works perfectly for some people, just not me. So I don't hate the gun just because it doesn't work for me. Doesn't mean I hate it. But yeah, CZ, oh yeah.
Well, the gripe I have about Glock is that like you buy the gun, but then you gotta buy, put like an extra, several $100s into upgrading it to where you need it to be. Trigger, replace the trigger, the sights, because the sights are plastic. Who the hell makes plastic sights? Like Glock has been around for like how many decades, and and these have been perennial issues that customers have had for decades, like plastic sights, like a crunchy trigger, plastic trigger, stuff like that. Like,
yeah, that is one thing I would say that I felt like needed to be changed on my Glock. It was a Glock 19 Generation 3. It probably needed a trigger upgrade.
Yeah, you didn't need that problem out of the P10s, PZs.
Yeah, that's what I say about the P10 is like Glock but better.
Plus, the P10s they specifically went after Glock with the P10.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a striker fired. Basically, it's a Glock, but it's a CZ, but it's better. But that's the best way of looking at it.
Yeah, what was there? I think even CZ had a like their marketing slogan for the P10 line for the P10 series was like it was what it was exactly. It was mocking.
Yeah, it was a dig at the
at
Glock.
Glock
slogan. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because Glock's slogan is perfection.
Yeah.
I think CZ's marketing slogan for that was like perfection improved or something.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, they could. I mean, out of the box though, like the P10 compared to the Glock 19, and P10 is, in my opinion, is better. Better trigger, steel sights, better sights.
Yeah, CZ sights are A plus, man, S tier. I like how they just have the night. They're just by default they're night sights.
Yeah, they give you steel night sights.
Yeah,
I don't give you that. You gotta go buy them. And the other thing too is like, well, I don't know what it is now, but when I bought my P10, it was $50 cheaper than the Glock 19.
Damn. CZ's gone way up right now, though. I'll tell you that. I was looking on. I used to live really close to Bud's gun shop, let's just say, and I go on their website. But CZs are way up there, man. They used to be, you know, the common ones you'd pay around 500 ish. You know,
Yeah.
550 maybe. Now they're like 700.
No way.
Let me go back on there and confirm. But I'll look for a common one because I think it was the CZ75 Bravo, like the most common one you can get, was like close to 700. So let me look. And Bud's has good deals.
I have access to their law enforcement line.
Okay, so I'm looking at, that's a CZ75 Omega. I think the Omega has something to do with a trigger, but the CZ75 Bravo Omega 729. Okay, here's a regular one. CZ75, just a regular old Bravo 701.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Kind of insane.
Yeah. My gun, oh well, that gun's about the same. The PO1, which is basically a CZ75 compact with a few little extra features, at 731. That's about what I paid for it, to be fair. We could get the Shadow 2 for $1,300.
Oh wow, dude. Boy. Hmm.
Oh, then they got another one like the competition gun. Let's see, the Checkmate, 3,400 bones. That's the competition gun though. It's got all the bells and whistles, and including a red dot sight.
Had a had a, a had a neighbor I went to the range with. He shoots competition, and he's got, I think, a pair of CZ75s that he uses.
Mm-hmm.
But these were all double action one. But he had like, I mean, he had a pair of them, matching pair, and he had a bunch of modifications done to it, trigger, everything, ported slide, and all that good shit, man. And it's like he let me shoot one. And I was like, man, that was the smoothest shooting gun I ever shot in my life, man. It was nice, and I was like, how much do those pistols cost? He's like, he said they're at least a couple grand a piece. Just how much I've got in them, as far as upgrades and stuff. I was like, Jesus Christ, man, it's crazy. It's good shit. I wanted to adopt one of them for my child. To get home with me. But it's like the action was just smooth and crisp, beautiful.
Oh boy, I'm talking about guns I can't afford no more.
Oh my guns, hardly anyone can afford anything.
I know, right? That's what I was talking to my dad earlier. I guess technically yesterday. And we were talking about that weirdo who shot up the school or whatever. And it's like, You got this. He's an 18-year-old kid. How the fuck did he get the money for all this? Because like, even a lower tier AR is expensive as shit right now.
Yeah, this kid had a goddamn annual defense
Yeah, and that's
fucking rifle.
that's
That's
not.
like
Yeah,
ain't cheap. It's not the highest tier, but it's probably like second to highest tier.
but that's like when he had 2 rifles. If he had a Daniel defense,
Then
that's,
he had a fucking EOTech on top of it.
that's
EOTech
gonna
optic on
be
it.
like Daniel defense is probably the one he had. I mean, there's with the price raise. I'm guessing just that rifle by itself, nothing else, was like $2,000
At least.
at least.
At least.
And then with any of the accessories and like how the fuck, and he had 2 rifles, right? So, and what else? I
Yeah.
think he had something else. Did he have a shotgun or I can't remember if he had a shotgun or a handgun or something. It's like, how the fuck did this kid afford this shit?
I have no idea. I think I heard something about like his grandfather owned some stuff like a scrap business or something like that, and he
Yeah.
found stuff missing. So his grandson could have probably sold it, got money for it. What the article was. Yeah, this one journalist found his grandfather and interviewed him. That's where they think the extra money came from.
Hmm.
All I know is that none of these supposed laws that they've passed so far wouldn't have stopped him.
No, and then you got the school resource officer that's a flat out coward.
Yeah. Yeah. So they waited. They waited to breach that classroom where he was in. And they basically, well, what I heard, they were staying out there for like an hour before they breached that door. And it's like there's like 19, 20 officers in there. You know, y'all don't know how to breach a door. You know.
Yeah, I heard lots of interesting things like parents being held back, and while they're all just like fucking playing with themselves, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Train these motherfuckers in active shooter training. Come on, I mean, I was trained in that shit.
That's
you
the
go
thing,
in
though. Like
to save
it ju-
lives.
that was the thing, though. It's like I heard like 4 to 6 weeks prior to that happening, they'd all just got active shooter training. Like 4 to 6 weeks prior to that happening.
I mean,
And they just shit the bed, man.
it's cowards, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you go in to save lives, even if it's not like the most, best case scenario that you have backup and the area cordoned off or whatever. You gotta go. You gotta go save lives. But
I mean, look, man, they got body armor, so I mean, so they've got a chance. Like the first guy to come through on the breach is going to probably get hit. At least the second guy can be right behind and take that. I don't like the damn kid's some sort of operator.
right.
Come on, man, he's an 18-year-old kid. What the hell? With like no tactical training whatsoever.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like that one well, it's like that one CP or that he was a border patrol agent took the kid out with a shotgun. You know,
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy that the border patrol did something. Like, what the fuck, man?
that's because like Uvalde's close to the border, southern border of Texas.
Okay. I
So
wasn't
there's
sure.
a lot of there's a lot of people that work for Border Patrol that live in that city.
Okay, so that's why they would have even responded at all.
Yeah, it's not like they were short of manpower. They had manpower. They were just missing a fucking spine.
Yep, it was on. Yeah. I don't want to use that term because I'm an idiot. I don't like use that term. But yeah, they're missing a spine for sure. Intestinal fortitude, as we would say.
But you can't count on cops to.
Yeah, that's again. Remember the Supreme Court case that said they're not obligated to protect you. Someone tried to sue because something happened, and that's what they found. So if the cops aren't obligated to protect you, you need to protect yourself. But I know obviously children can't do that, but adults can make certain decisions that don't require gun control to prevent this sort of stuff. I mean, hell, I said earlier, I mean, hire me. I'll happily guard fucking school. You pay me.
Yeah, but it's like we have an enhanced security for federal buildings. We have enhanced security for airports, but we don't have enhanced security for schools. I mean, they're literally soft targets.
That's why they always go to them. These freaks always go to places they know are soft targets. There's not going to be any resistance. It's not going to be armed people.
Yeah.
So
that's why I carry we got 30-06 on. I don't disregard that shit. I carry wherever I go to. I don't give a shit. Like there's like cinemas and shit, like movie theaters that don't allow us to carry or prohibit us from carrying. I don't give a shit. I carry anyway. And
hell yeah, stay strapped to get clapped, man. It's the rules of the game.
The same way with bars and stuff. I still go to bars. You know, with that wrapped up and everything, because most of the time there's not even security there. You know.
Yeah.
There's not even armed security there. And even if there is, you just take a guess at what their gas looks like.
I don't like trusting my life to, other people. Pretty much. I mean,
yeah, I don't like outsourcing. Yeah, I don't like outsourcing either. Not with something like that.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a fighting chance.
Yeah, I'm starting to. Man. I'm starting to fade, my man. Yeah, but I'm definitely always want a fighting chance. I may not win, but at least I would like a chance,
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. People just don't see it that way. They think cops are going to be around to save you. Which they might be. I watched I saw a clip of a video on Twitter yesterday where these two guys, and this one guy fight this other guy, and this other guy had his gun drawn and pointed at him. And this other guy he took his shirt off, talking a bunch of crap, and went towards the guy with a gun. Dude shot him.
Play stupid games, man. Win stupid prizes.
I learned later. Supposedly, these two guys knew each other. The guy that got shot was stalking the other guy with a gun, and the other guy with the gun had a restraining order against this crazy dude. like the restraining order did anything.
Right.
That thing just paper. Sorry about that. Do not care.
And they're talking some wild stuff in the chat, man. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're talking about your at the top of the screen on their YouTube. Pepe's fighting back.
Right. They're talking about biblical stuff. Bacon being bacon, he said. Well, Nemesis said, only thing about the women where he's at is they're kind of boring, to be honest, especially the younger ones. And Bacon's like, I'm fine with that. It's my job to make them more interesting, anyways.
Yeah,
fucking Bacon.
I kind of agree with Bacon.
Yeah.
Uh,
Better boring than creating a bunch of fucking drama.
Yeah. About where I'm at, I'm past the brat phase with girls. I don't have tolerance for it. Like this girl I'm seeing right now, she got me for Father's Day. She got me a big ass bottle of Aqua de Joe alone. It was like,
damn. And smell goods, man. Gotta have them.
well, she liked it. She liked the scent because we were walking a couple weeks ago. We were walking through the mall, and we walked past the men's cologne section and shit. And I was like, I made a remark like that. Aqua de Joe's good, and a couple other ones and shit. And she grabbed the bottle, a tester bottle, and sprayed some on me. And she's like, I like that the most. I was like, oh, okay, good for you. And so yeah, so she went in and got that for Father's Day gift for me. So yeah, I didn't see that coming. She's a good girl.
You must have got her by semen retention and like.
Actually, she's an ex-girlfriend. Like me and her went out like 20 years ago.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, we went out like 20 years ago. She was like 18 when I was dating her, and I was like 23. I just got back from the military. Moved back to Texas.
Okay.
She was she was still in high school when we were dating and everything.
So it wasn't the semen retention, the black coffee, and the Brazilian power crystals that got you that one.
No, she found me on Facebook. Yeah, she found me on Facebook, and I didn't even remember who she was at first.
Yeah, that's just crazy. I get that all the time. These girls be like, I used to have a thing, crush on you and thing for you, and I'm just like, what? You just telling me now?
Yeah.
Whatever. Like, better now or better late than never, I guess.
Yeah. But we dated for like 6 or 7 months. But the thing was, is like, I didn't like her uncle. Her uncle was an asshole. He didn't like me. That's what. Because he was You didn't like a white guy who dating his daughter or his niece, whatever. And so, yeah, he made it difficult for her. It's weird shit. And I got tired of it. And I was just like, done. I'll move on, dude. But she was like living with her aunt and uncle at the time. Had no intention of like having her move in with me or anything. So fuck that.
Bacon says that should tell you all you need to know about how children rank in the hierarchy of importance, Bull. Not that you don't already know. Oh shit.
What's that?
I don't know what that was in reference to, but he was saying something in reference to something you said.
Yeah, he's gonna have to elaborate on that.
Yeah, because we talked about different things here, haven't we?
Yeah.
He's talking about the Uvalde incident. If Parkland didn't tell you what you need to know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 100%, man.
Retardism is believing the complete opposite. Yeah, that's the thing I've noticed about, like, I just call them lefty scums. That's usually what I refer to them as. But they think that they need to live in this safe world. The world needs to change for them. They don't need to adapt to the world, like learning to defend themselves and, getting a gun, learn how to use it, when to use it. The world needs to change for me. So this is a problem with America, because there's so many people that has this kind of attitude, like, fuck reality. Reality needs to change for me.
I mean, as a society in a country, we live in one of the most secure, low violent societies in the world. That's forever. We've gotten very complacent about that. Causes a lot of complacency. They just think shit happens because they're safe because whatever.
Yeah, well, they don't remember how food gets on their plate. They look down on people, who have blue collar type jobs, but that's how shit gets done. Yeah, and your food does not magically become the food on your plate. There's a lot of hard work and stuff that happens, like the animal that you're eating, it was killed. Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing though. But like, even besides that, like, people are just, I don't know, man. It's like I've seen bad shit happen before. Not to me, but like I've seen it happen to people.
Yeah.
There's evil out there, man. There's like real evil people out there that don't give a shit about you. Like, they exist, and it's like these people like that, like they're totally blind to it. Whether they're sticking their head in the ground or not, it's like, gee, can't you see like there's violence that happens around you?
Yeah.
Like, it can happen, pretty much any time, anywhere. So it's like, why don't you just like prepare yourself for stuff like that? Just a little bit, at least have some situational awareness.
Yeah. Well, like I said, they feel like they should be safe. The world should just make itself safe for them. They don't have to change for the world. It's just, I don't know, and it's just weakness. It's being weak now is a virtue, as we've been.
Well,
talked about.
But it's like irresponsibility, though.
Yes,
that's the way I look at it. It's like it's It's just flat out irresponsibility. It's like they want to control guns and stuff. I'm like, dude, the reason why all this stuff happens because people don't have guns. Like you chose to outsource your personal safety to somebody else. Like,
Yeah.
that was your choice. You know, you can't come back and say that, you know, someone, you know, guns need to be taken away from people because got shot. Those people chose to stay disarmed, or, you know, not to. They outsourced their
Oh, okay.
they outsourced the responsibility of their personal safety to somebody else. And me, I mean, that's just totally irresponsible. Don't get to say that, you know, I have to give up, me or you or anybody else have to give up our rights just because you're irresponsible with yours.
Right, exactly.
Like, people, I say, why do they have guns? Like, why don't you? You know,
Right.
like, why didn't they have guns? Why didn't they fight back? You know, have we become that soft of a society that we just, like, the answer to going into a soft target and shooting a bunch of kids is to make it even more of a soft target? Really?
Yeah, we live
I don't think that's not working.
we live in bizarro world. You know. That's yeah.
Well, I mean, look, it's just like the past 40 years of gun regulations that's been passed by Democrats and stuff like that. It's not gotten better. You know,
And the
hasn't gotten
mental
better.
health hasn't gotten better. You know.
Oh,
There's-
we don't have a mental health care system at all. We don't.
There's more
It's-
crazy people walking around now than
Yeah.
ever. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, look at bacon. You know,
Oh shit.
but no, it's like, but yeah, we do have a bunch of crazy people walking around because it's hard to get people committed to hospitals and stuff for mental health issues.
Yeah.
So that's the way they handle it. Is
The
put 'em
problem.
on the street.
I mentioned this earlier before you got here, but I mean, there's too much. It opens up a lot for abuse too. Just like the red flag laws are the same thing. It is a point the finger and say fucking Bull Rush did this, that, the other thing. You know, well, we're just gonna take his guns.
Yeah, those red flag laws are just flat out unconstitutional. They're akin to like where they just take your shit, where the cops can just take your shit if they think it's part of an investigation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Asset forfeiture. Yeah, asset forfeiture. Yeah, it's on that same level, but and that's wholly unconstitutional. They can't take your property without due process.
Yep.
I don't know about you, but you know, I take it sin bachelors.
Yep, that's my feeling on it.
I'm probably not going to win, but you're going to feel me.
Yep.
That's it. Those red flag laws are going to be too easily abused. Already are, because we've already seen instances where they've been abused.
Yep. If you got an
Or
ex-wife or whatever, you know,
you just have a pissed off neighbor.
pissed off neighbor. Yep.
Doesn't even have to be like a jealous ex-wife or girlfriend or something like that. Be your neighbor. They don't like you. Play that rock music too loud. That's all it takes. Then you're screwed. Yeah, that's I'm surprised the red flag laws are still where they're still that they're still law, you know. But the thing is, like, the red flag laws are law because keep upping because they're part of that what is that bill that comes around every year or two
I think I know what you're talking about.
The domestic abuse bill that always pops
What,
up.
like VAWA or something?
Yeah, it's part of VAWA.
Violence against women.
Yeah, it's always part of the VAWA bill. It gets re-upped. every year or two, like that. And red flag laws are built into Iowa bill. So took the red flag, and people in Congress are not gonna. They don't want to take the hit of voting against VAWA because of the red flag laws. Then they're going to get painted as misogynist and shit like that. They just keep passing. If they took the red flag laws out and voted on like up or down vote on them, they probably wouldn't pass. But that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
That's true, Bacon. That's true. But all they have to do is see you take your shit out to the range or something one time. They know you got shit. Unless you would have. Well, I mean, you could always try to hide it in a guitar case trick, But I mean, the thing is, you shouldn't have to hide,
That's the whole point. But yeah, that's, the red flag laws are just they're too easy to be abused, man. They shouldn't even be a law. Strike them from the books. That and burn the ATF to the ground. That's just my personal. Yeah, he's budget by half, as well as NSA. That could be a good start. That's a good start. Family court is unconstitutional. Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
Sure.
That's one of the biggest issues.
You can't even appeal family court rulings. That's what's crazy. I don't know if that's in every state, but rather than in some states, the court rulings are you can't appeal them to a higher court. That's insane. You can't appeal to a higher court, but you have to petition the judge at the same level to hear your case again, and they can say yes or no on that. Yeah, which is frankly, I'm surprised. I'm surprised like family court judges don't get knocked out, or bad things don't happen to them on a consistent basis. That's what surprises me. This is a non-conscionable contract because you have two people signing basically a business agreement or business contract where it's unenforceable for one side, and they're inside the contract. One side is basically they're basically they got a carrot to not stay in the contract, man. Like there's no benefit for them.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to stay in.
They're actually incentivized to not be in the contract.
Yep, they're incentivized to break it, if you will, and benefit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
why the fuck wouldn't they?
Yeah.
What is it? The old saying, you reward what you want more of, or I'm paraphrasing, of course, but it's really an economic phrase, but
you reward what you want to see more of, the behavior you want to see.
Okay, the actual phrase has more to you subsidize what you want more of. Is the actual phrase.
Yeah, subsidize.
Yep.
You subsidize what behavior you want to see more of, and you tax behavior you don't want to see. They don't want you to. That's the other thing too. It's like with religious organizations and stuff like that. It's like I get kind of aggravated whenever religious institutions go on about marriage and stuff and the importance of the institution of marriage. And it aggravates me because they rolled over many decades ago. They rolled over on and let the government take over the institution of marriage through, marriage licensing and stuff like that. Because before then, it was pretty much strictly a religious. It was a religious dominated institution of marriage. The state didn't have any involvement in it, but then the state was like, we're going to take over, and then the religious institutions were like, oh, okay, we're not going to fight you. Go ahead.
Yep.
I mean, that's basically what they did. So honestly, I don't want to hear shit from any kind of religious organization about the importance of the institution of marriage, because if it was so goddamn important, if it was so sacred, then why did y'all in this country allow the government to take it over, to co-opt it?
Yeah, they got cucked, man. They got cucked.
Yeah, religious institute. Yeah, they got cucked by the government. So that's what I'm saying. So if it was so important, why did y'all roll over? Why'd y'all let Uncle Sam take it away from you? That's the question I want to know. I kind of know the answer, but I want him to say it out loud.
Yes. Yes, must be careful. People are listening.
Yeah. I already told my girlfriend I'm saying now, I'm like, dude, I'm never moving in with you. We're never going to live together. Never get married to you. Don't even ask. You're going to have your place, and I'm going to have my place. You can come over for sleepovers, slumber parties. That's it.
There you go.
I told her, if you have any problems with that at any time, you're free to leave.
That's the safest bet, dude.
Well, she keeps coming back for some reason, so. Something.
Yeah, must be something to it.
Yeah. Keeps on coming back.
Well, fellers, this has been a really good stream, and we're past 5 fucking hours. But I am reaching my limit, so yeah, it's time for me to lay down for a bit. Bull Rush, man, thanks for coming on. And
thanks for having me.
Yeah, dude. We'll have to do this again. I just, did not expect this great reception, so we'll definitely do it again.
Well, we ain't heard much from you, so we missed you.
That must be it. That must be it. But yeah, I mean, I've just been kind of busy. I still got projects. We'll get them out there, but yeah, to you guys in the chat, man, thank you very much for coming out. It's been good. I've been kind of keeping an eye on what you guys have been saying there. And it's interesting conversation for sure. You stole Rurb's world famous mac and cheese recipe. What is it? What is up with the mac and cheese before I go? I'm curious.
Rob supposedly has like this bomb ass mac and cheese recipe that he cooks for girls.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Rob says trade secret.
Yeah. Pretty much. I can verify he makes he cooks some good elk, dude. Because whenever I went up a couple years ago to visit him, crashed at his place for a better part of a week. Like a lot of elk meat, eggs, and sausage and stuff. Like he puts on a good spread. You won't be hungry.
Yeah. Hey, you know, that's a sign of a guy who knows how to treat his guests. You know.
But he never fed me mac and cheese though. So
Well, I mean, I guess he doesn't want to fuck you then.
I think that's
There you
probably
go.
for the best.
Yeah, yes, no shit, for real, man. But all right, guys, thank you all for coming. This was awesome, and we're gonna call it here, and look forward to more stuff from me in the near future. And for now, we're gonna sign off. Peace out.